I'm I'm going to open this meeting of the Gloucester City Council of November 26th, 2024. This public meeting of the Gloucester City Council is recorded on Zoom with a link that is posted on the agenda. If you are calling in on a phone, you can press *9 to request to speak. If you are watching on a computer or a device, there is a raised hand button that you can tap or press to request to speak. Please use either of these options during oral communications and public hearings to be recognized to speak. If technical difficulties arise and the Zoom link is interrupted during an in-person hybrid meeting of the City Council and a quorum is present, the meeting may continue after efforts have been made to reestablish the link. The minutes shall note the interruption. It is the finding of the City of Gloucester that no individual should be denied equal treatment or opportunity because of their age, ancestry, color, disability, including intellectual and developmental mental disability, family status, immigration status, gender identity or expression, military status, marital status, national origin, race, religion, sex, or sex orientation. Tonight we have with us Ward 2 Councilor Dylan Benson, Councilor at Large Valerie Gilman, Ward 1 Councilor Scott Memard, is that your name? Councilor at Large Jeff Worthley, Ward 3 Councilor Marjorie Grace, Councilor at Large Jason Groh, Ward 5 Councilor and Council Vice President Sean Nolan, myself, Tony Gross, Councilor at Large, and Councilor Majorita, Ward 4 Councilor, has just entered the room. And we have with us Grace Poirier, our city clerk. We have CAO Jill Cahill, city legal Suzanne Egan, and we have the CFO Connor McCorkle. We have the city auditor Kenny Costa, and we have the city assessor Nancy Pappas. Joining us later will be Greg Catamatori, the city planner. And now we shall have the flag salute. Marjorie.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Oral communications.
The public shall have an opportunity at every regularly scheduled meeting to be heard under oral communications on matters not appearing on the agenda. Oral communication shall allow any resident and/or property owner and/or business owner who has a request or complaint of any nature relative to city business to appear before the council, make their statement without debate, and the city council will refer matters to the office of the mayors. Persons speaking under oral communications shall be limited to 3 minutes each. Okay, you know that if this is things that are not on the agenda. Okay. Yep. You have to speak into the microphone. You have to turn it on probably. I got it. Thank you.
Got it?
Yep. Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Beth Schaffner. I live at 80 Mount Pleasant Ave in Gloucester, and I'm a second grade teacher working at West Parish. I wanted to speak to you tonight to reiterate the urgent need that we have in Gloucester right now to prioritize education, but not just in the aftermath of this strike, but in a way that is sustainable for the future. It's critical to note that the contract that we just settled did not address many of the biggest issues that we're currently facing, such as the dire need for mental health services for students and the staff that we already lack due to last year's budget cuts, but who are desperately needed to provide the small group support that is in place to catch our struggling students before they fall through the cracks, not to mention deliver the IEP services that are currently not being met. The school committee has pointed at the city council for not meeting their budgetary needs, and the city council has pointed back at the lack of advocacy from the school committee and the mayor, but nobody seems to be helping. A number of you have recently voiced your support for the needs of our schools, but we need more than your voice. We need you to share the responsibility for the years of underfunding that has led to this strike, and we need you to initiate collaboration with other city leaders and with us in order to work together to give the students of Gloucester the education that they deserve right now and long into the future. Thanks.
Thank you.
My name is Christine Travers. I live at 25 Uncas Road. Good evening, members of the City Council. I stand before you tonight with gratitude that the Union of Gloucester Educators and the school committee have reached an agreement to settle the contract. While this agreement is a step forward, let me be clear. Our work is far from over. This moment must serve as a wake-up call, a call to address the urgent and glaring need for a sustainable, equitable funding mechanism for our schools. Our students are depending on us. They deserve the best education we can provide, and as educators, we are unwavering in our commitment to make that happen. But we cannot shoulder this burden alone. The time for piecemeal solutions and temporary fixes is over. We need bold leadership, decisive action, and a united effort from this council, our community, and everyone who values the future of Gloucester. As leaders of this city, I implore you to meet this moment with the urgency it demands. Our schools, students, and the city's future are at stake. Let's make this the turning point where we invest in what truly matters, the education and success of every child in Gloucester. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Adrienne Rickyman, and I live at 42 Summer Street. In my last speech 2 weeks ago, at the start of the Union of Gloucester Educators strike, I said that I wished that I never had to stand here again to fight for Gloucester Public School students. However, now I wish to clarify after braving the storm. Pardon the pun. You see, I stood there 2 weeks ago thinking that my passive involvement was enough to support my students in my school, thinking that speaking at a city council meeting should only be done when or if necessary. But I was wrong. It takes a village. Ask any teacher, paraprofessional, specialized support staff, or principal if they can do their job alone. We shouldn't be asking you to do it alone either. I realized through this ordeal that we need a united front. Citizens, teachers, paras, school committees, city council members to work towards increasing revenue into our city, so our public education, along with other vital departments, have what they need to perform their jobs. Unfortunately, cutting corners in education is never a good idea, and we see firsthand what happens when we do. Raising taxes shouldn't be the only way to do this. And if that's the case, after exploring all other possible options, then we need to have consistent, united messaging. Our students and their education is worth the expense. The data is real. Our special education population, our multilingual learner population, and our out-of-district expenses will continue to grow. We need to plan now for these future costs. We can't expect our students and families to continue to stay in our schools if we can't provide what they need, and we certainly cannot blame them for leaving. We should be operating with one another every step of the way as opposed to alongside each other. Our students need to be our city's greatest priority. This is my call to action to all of you here, all of you watching, and all of you that aren't watching. Be active citizens. Invest in our beautiful city. Talk to one another about obstacles and bring an idea for a possible resolution. And when we are told that it won't work, like we've been told many times over the last couple of weeks and the year and a half, ask questions, return to the drawing board, and find other possible solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Gloucester residents only.
Please. City employee.
Resident. Property owner. Sorry. But we wouldn't be able to speak at a Rockport Town meeting either. They might have shut it off on you.
Lift it up.
Broke it.
I broke it.
No, we have, to get it on the record, it has to be in a microphone. No.
Okay, good. My name's Cynthia Lansendorf Carney. I live at 34 Fernald Street. I'm a fifth grade teacher at East Vet School. And I don't have anything prepared. It's just as well because I forgot my glasses. And I'm a big picture kind of person. So I just want to talk a little bit about what this teacher strike meant for our city, for our state, and for our country. First of all, let's talk about Proposition 2.5. We know that it's been killing us the last couple decades because everybody knows that inflation does not rise at 2.5%. My mother's house sold about 15 years ago for $120,000 in Syracuse, New York. Her tax rate was $4,100 for a $120,000 house. But she got stuff. She got garbage pickup. She got brush pickup. She didn't have to pay to put her kids on the bus. She didn't have to pay to have her kids play sports in school. Okay, so I really don't want to hear about how high our taxes are because they're not. One thing they did have, though, is they did have senior rates. And I assume they had rates for lower income people as well. So let's talk about how this is affecting the country. It's very clear that the union was the one penalized during this strike, that the working class was squashed, okay? That we had to go bankrupt and we had to strike just to get bargaining done. And this is not only happening here, it's happening in Beverly and Marblehead, and we have been recognized by the UAW, by the Teamsters, and everyone across this country who has had their eyes on us. So I'm imploring the government of Gloucester, the legislators of Gloucester, to take a step forward to stop contributing to the systemic underfunding of public education, which ultimately leads to private education, charters and vouchers, which would okay, good, thank you. Where was I? talking about underfunding in education. Okay, maybe that's what the future administration is looking for, but I need to state what John Adams said, almost 300 years ago, 375. The whole people must take upon themselves the education of the whole people and must be willing to bear the expense of it. Okay? It is an obligation to us because we know we get our best return in public education when we have an entirely educated workforce, not just the elite, not a bunch of minions that just do what they're told. Okay? We need to invest in public education. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience? Online, we have Catherine Ryan. You're in, Catherine. You're muted.
Hi, sorry. Catherine, 17 High Rock, High Counselors.
First and last name, Catherine, please.
Oh, sorry, Catherine Ryan. I thought you just said it. High Counselors, at the November 12th, 2024 City Council meeting, I gave a list of significant damage to city-owned art since the year 2000, including this last year. While we can all empathize that volunteer committee, commission, and working group positions carry complex demands, conflicts of interests are prohibited, and conflicts of interest raise ethical questions about the appropriate role for leaders. And regarding city-owned art, changes need to happen before more art is damaged. Gloucester's murals are culturally significant not only to the city and region, but to the country. They're meant to be seen and they're meant to be cared for in a way that's cost-effective too. The chain of command since 2000 on via the Committee for the Arts is insufficient to care for this repository, as evidenced by 5 or 6 inventories since 2000 and major irreversible damage to art as recently as this year. Despite claims that protocols are being newly established that were never there, quote unquote, protocols indeed were there and documented, which is why we have a trove of archival material, decade by decade for over a century, that's really only mussed up when we hit post-2000. A path solution is a solid path out of this cycle of damage. One, split off the living arts to continue with the Committee for the Arts under the purview of community development and with the new position there now held by Kate, as it's in the best interest of the city, arts and culture practitioners and organizations, residents and visitors. That's a huge amount of work right there for the city staff and committee. And resurrect from the city ordinance some quote unquote artifacts committee, which has been called different names, different decades. In the 1950s, Walker Hancock chaired the Civic Commission and, did a good master plan in 1958. In the 1970s, it was called the Arts and Humanities, which was when the murals were sort of really helped along most recently. Federal CETA, Employment of Artists, Support for Arts, led by Al Duca, who was the sculptor for the Fitzhenry Lane, that was in the 70s as well. So how the committee is set up now to care for both the art repository and what's going on now for the living arts is competing, even directly via conflicts of interest, with the best interest of the city and causing damage. Point 2, all digitization or online virtual galleries should have a .gov page, dedicated .gov pages per artist, per theme, whether,
20
location
seconds,
or
Catherine.
gallery of veteran portraits. Partners, whether Discover Gloucester Chamber or New Ventures, the arts coordinator, Kate Rushford, is pursuing are fantastic, and a both and, not an either or. And my last sentence, arts, history, and culture are core to Gloucester since before Fitzhenry Lane, and they don't need to be at the table. They are the table, but for everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have another person. No name, just reinstate art.
Hi, my name is Dawn Leone of 110 Prospect Street. here in Gloucester, Massachusetts. I am an educator at O'Malley Middle School, as well as a parent of a child with special needs. I am just requesting that the school committee take into account the possibility, instead of doing an override, the potential of adding a $5 charge to the out of town only beach passes. The reason I say that is that money is non-refundable. It would be enough to fund in the future both contracts for educators, and the city could also word it to the public, come to our beaches. A portion of your beach pass helps fund the Gloucester Public Schools. Thank you for your time. I appreciate everything that you will do in the future to help educators.
Thank you. Heidi Wakeman. You are muted.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Heidi Wakeman. I live at 7 Wise Place, and I am an educator at O'Malley Middle School. I would like to offer some writing that I did during the strike, which I'm very grateful for your support as it was offered, and your ear for all the rich comments and commentary from this evening. I'm a poet as well as a teacher, and this is what I have to share. Strike poem. Side by side, we decide with pride to strike, to stand up for each other, union sibling, sister, brother. But a teacher is also a child's mother, a father, a coach, cheerleader, guide. We provide, sit beside, instill pride. We are those who stand on the side of students, who stand on the side of love. We are not above. We help and we heal. We offer hot meals, healthy snacks. We organize backpacks. Now we organize ourselves. Frontline workers, educators, the time is now. There is no later. We teach our kids to read, to write, to use their voice, speak up for what's right. So we speak now. We speak now. We speak loud and we speak proud. From picket lines and rally points, boulevards and city parks, our job is hard. This choice was hard, but we raised our green cards to go on strike, to stop our labor, go forward together into stopping the disrespect. What did you expect? So we walked, we marched, we sat as silent reps. We spent our Saturdays and Sundays, our holiday Monday, in protest with placards, with pride in our presence. Our power is in our people. Our power is in our labor. A striking wave of neighbors, more unions in this movement, more unified in this moment. We are here because we care. We are here because we serve. We are here because we believe in the value of peers. It's time to stand up with us, to meet our demands and walk with us, to show our strength in our will and our way. We will show up every day. And when we get our say, our pay, we will return to work, and we will be a lesson for future students in our classes. We will be the heroes in the story of the strikes, in the story of the teachers who dared to defy, who sacrificed much, who stood up for justice, who sat at the table, who showed up for each other. Sister, brother, sibling, peer, have no fear, the time is near, and we will rightly steer this ship on course, the right course, full steam ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. There's no more hands raised online. No one in the room. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
The consent agenda.
Would any counselors like to pull any item off the consent agenda? Counselor Grow?
Well, City Council Order 2024-025.
Hey, anyone else? Entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Counselor Groh, seconded by Counselor Gilman. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Counselor Groh.
I just would request, as we've requested on all the other traffic and parking issues, that a map of the location impacted with the measurements be provided to the city council.
That's it?
Yeah,
So, like-
we haven't seemed to be able to get this right.
I know, and we tried to make it mandatory, so.
Do we, for
So-
point of order here, not point of order, but for reference, do we want it at this point in the process or at the O and A and Traffic Commission
In the
level?
packet, like everything else that we get.
Okay, I have those pictures.
Okay, great.
If that could be submitted in, even in the subcommittees, that would be helpful to visual before we bring it up to here.
That's what I've been doing,
Yeah.
but I just want to make sure that he wants it.
It's going from
advance.
here. Okay, all right.
Okay.
So
I'll
yeah,
make sure
just
to
so it can
provide
be submitted
photos.
in the packet. I'll entertain a motion to
So moved.
Refer the order to
refer, yes.
Ordinance Administration and Traffic Commission.
Yep.
Moved.
I think Counselor Groh moved it.
I'll second it.
Sort of all did it.
Motion by Counselor Groh, seconded by Counselor Gilman. All those in favor? Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
The unanimous consent calendar.
We have one item on the unanimous consent calendar. Oh. We have two items, I've been informed, on the unanimous consent calendar. One is to vote on the Planning and Development Subcommittee meetings of minutes of last night. And the other one is a memorandum from the Gloucester Schools CFO for payment of FY '24, FY '24 budget for retro wages for the paraprofessionals. And that's a referral to BNF. I'll entertain a motion to
Move the acceptance of the unanimous consent agenda as written.
move by Counselor Groh, seconded by Counselor Gilman. All those in favor?
Aye.
Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
The November 21st Budget and Finance Standing Committee report.
Counselor Memard, and then I think we're going to entertain this as a consent agenda too.
Yes, if the council is willing to allow for greater discussion of items later in the agenda, we'd like to present the Budget and Finance Committee's meeting from last Thursday for your consideration as a consent agenda. And I can speak as quickly through the items that are on that.
Sure.
The first was a memorandum from our police chief requesting acceptance of a fiscal 2025 municipal road safety grant in the amount of $26,064. Second, memorandum from the principal assessor and a 2025 supplemental appropriation number 4 in the amount of $150,000 to fund a 5-year property revaluation contract. Third, memorandum from the Sustainability Coordinator requesting acceptance of a Department of Energy Innovation Prize Round 2 in the amount of $100,000. Item number 4 was a memorandum from the Assistant Police Chief requesting acceptance of a fiscal year 2024 MEMA EMPG grant in the amount of $6,500. Item number 5 was a memorandum from the Veteran Services Director requesting acceptance of donations to support the Cape Ann Veteran Services in the total amount of $5,492.50. And item number 6 was a memorandum from the Director of Public Works requesting acceptance of donations to the Gloucester Historic Burial Grounds in the amount of $75. And I'd entertain a motion to approve, and I so move.
Second.
I'd like to remove one, if I may.
Well, let's get the motion made and seconded. What, you want to remove it right
I
now?
need to move it, if you're going to approve it right now. I'd like to remove item number 3, memorandum from the Sustainability Coordinator requesting acceptance of the Department of Energy Innovation Prize Round 2 in the amount of $100,000.
Okay. All right, should we accept it with the removal of item number 3? So motion made by Counselor Memard, seconded by Counselor Worthley. All those in favor?
This needs to be
Aye.
a roll call.
Aye.
Oh, roll call, sorry.
Any money?
Money.
One of the items in there needs to be a roll call vote, so they all get to be now. Counselor Grace.
Aye.
Counselor Gross.
Aye.
Counselor Grow.
Aye.
Counselor Majota.
Aye.
Counselor Memhard.
Aye.
Counselor Nolan.
Aye.
Counselor Worthley.
Aye.
Counselor Benson.
Aye.
Counselor Gilman.
Aye.
Counselor Gilman.
So I would really like us to be able to just summarize this because we have a lot of teachers here and a lot of representatives from education. And with your permission, Council President, I'd like to ask that Scott Memard or a member of BNF summarizes this and explains to the public what it is. It's an opportunity for us to do something positive.
Thank you very much. No, this is the second round. This is a very competitive program nationwide. And this is the second round of an evaluation for a geothermal campus, including the high school complex, Lincoln Park, the food pantry, other businesses, Pathways for Children. And this is to do research to explore the feasibility of such a campus-wide geothermal energy service project. And this was, again, a very competitive grant from the federal government that we have arrived at a second acceptance on. We got a preliminary one for $100,000 last year, and then this is a second $100,000 towards this purpose.
Thank you.
So it's a pilot study, and only 20 of these prizes were awarded nationwide.
Well, I will move to approve item number 3 as presented.
Second.
Motion made by Counselor Gilman, seconded by Counselor Worthley. Does this one need to be roll call? No. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Opposed? Motion passes 9-0. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
The November 18th Ordinances and Administration Standing Committee meeting was canceled. And the November 20th Planning and Development Standing Committee meeting, their committee report will come under the public hearing. So the next item is Public Hearing 2024, number 36, Loan Order 2024, number 2, Loan Order for the repaving of private ways in the Wolf Hill neighborhood in the amount of $459,140.
I will open the public hearing. And anyone who would like to speak in favor, please step up to the podium. If you're representing the group, you can have up to 15 minutes. Oh,
Try the other one.
try the other one.
Okay, this won't take 15 minutes.
Okay.
Yes, I'm representing the neighborhood of the Wolf Hill.
Name and address for the record.
Oh, excuse me, Joseph McKechnie, 14 Wolf Hill Road, born and raised on Wolf Hill, been there for 66 years. First off, I'd like to thank the city government who's helped us with this project. It's been going on for a couple years now from start, and hopefully this is near finish. So for Council President Gross, Councilor Grace, Department of Public Works Director, Mr. Hale, City Clerk's Office, the Engineering Department, Legal Department, all of it a role in this. As you can see, it's been a long and difficult road to get to where we are today. Somebody asked during the Budget and Finance Committee meeting, how many abutters? Total of 76 abutters in this project. So you can only imagine how much work that took to ensure that those 76 abutters all understood the project, agreed upon the project, and want the project. We are in a united front, and we want this project to move forward. We've had our mandatory meetings. 62 people attended. We only needed 57, but we had more via proxy people. So I guess what I'm getting at is we are a united front, and we want this moving forward. The neighborhood's committed. We all understand that the cost is going to be over $6,000 per abutter. I happen to own 3 abutting lots, so that's a little more for me, but I'm still in. We want this road fixed. There was a little bit of confusion during the BNF meeting about which roads were actually done. You guys have in your packet proper chartlet, if you will, that shows the roads. Wolf Hill Road, Wolf Hill Way, Glenmere Ave, and Trennell Cove Road are the roads of which are agreed upon that will be repaved. And that's it. I want you guys to approve this, move forward. It's not a loan for the city. It's a betterment project. We will eat the costs, the citizens of Gloucester, not the city of Gloucester. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak in favor? Anyone to speak in opposition? Do we have any communications?
We do not.
Does anyone have any questions of Mr. McKechnie or of staff? I am going to close the public hearing. And if Councilor Memard would give us the committee report.
On a motion by myself, seconded by Councilor Worthley, the Budget and Finance Committee voted roll call 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the loan order as follows. Ordered that the City of Gloucester appropriates $459,140 to pay costs of permanent repairs, including paving to Wolf Hill Road, Wolf Hill Way, Trennell Cove Way, and Glenmere Avenue, private ways in the City of Gloucester, including the costs incidental or related thereto. To meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the mayor, is authorized to borrow said amount under and pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 7, parens 5, or pursuant to any other enabling authority. Although any borrowing by the city to meet this appropriation will constitute a general obligation of the city and pledge of its full faith and credit, 100% of the amount needed to repay any borrowing pursuant to this order shall be raised in the first instance through the assessment of betterments upon abutters of the private ways in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 80, and any other applicable authority. The mayor and any other appropriate official of the city are authorized to take any and all such actions necessary to assess the betterments described above, the term of which will not exceed 10 years, or such shorter time as may be prescribed by Mass General Law. Any premium received by the city upon the sale of any bonds or notes approved by this vote, less any such premium applied to the payment of costs of issuance of such bonds or notes, may be applied to the payment of costs approved by this vote in accordance with Chapter 44, Section 20 of the general laws, thereby reducing the amount authorized to be borrowed to pay such costs by a like amount, and further ordered that the treasurer is authorized to file an application with the Municipal Finance Oversight Board to qualify under Chapter 44A of the general laws any or all of such bonds authorized by this order, and to provide such information and to execute such documents as the Municipal Finance Oversight Board may require for these purposes. And I so move.
Motion made by Councilor Memard, seconded by Councilor Grace. Discussion. Councilor Memard first.
Just by way, I've gone through 5 or 6 betterment projects, and I appreciate the dedication and hard work that this represents, and I congratulate you all. It's a tough nut to swallow. It's going to be very satisfying to accomplish finally, and it is a wonderful community building for a neighborhood when it's all said and done. That's the silver lining.
Councilor Nolan.
Hey, Joe, Ginger, Jess. You're going to love it. The end result is unbelievable. It does bring a neighborhood back to a community, and it works out. I've done 7 already. I got 4 more coming up for next year. It's always a tough start to get it going. But when you actually sit down and figure it out with your neighbors, it really isn't that big of a deal to get it done. and it will last 40 to 50 years in a neighborhood with such little travel as yourselves. So I'm glad that you guys went through the efforts to do this project.
Councilor Grace.
I'm really happy that we are finally at this point and you guys could teach a master's class on how to get this done. And I just want to remind all private road owners or residents that this is an option that's open to anyone and everyone on private roads. You just need to do the work. And this community, this neighborhood worked diligently, very hard, and put 100% effort into it. So good luck.
Yeah, I too would like to, the hard work that the McKechnie's and Mary Ann put in on this to coordinate and also to see it through, because as we all know, that as people move in and out of a neighborhood, sometimes the current ownership doesn't follow paperwork. So it took, considering the amount of roads that this was involved in, and it was a considerable project, and a lot of meetings had to happen over this, and you guys did a great job. And again, to reiterate, as Joe said, that this is to no cost to the city at all. This is totally paid for by the residents of this Wolf Hill Road area. This requires a roll call. Councilor Worthley.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I just want to congratulate the neighborhood as well. Whenever you get 70 on the same page, I think your vote was 62, you said, to get that many people on the same page, and even though it's a neighborhood, everyone has their own interests and their own financial capacity to do this, but to get them all on the same page is really remarkable. I just want to reiterate, it's been said a couple times, this is at no cost to our taxes, right? It's a loan authorization the city is backing, and it's funded through the betterment of the people who live in the area. And I think there's actually an administrative fee added to that. So it's not a cost to the city at all. And I just want to commend you for how hard this has been. I know it's been a while. I know the neighborhood really well, and it'll be great when it's done. People will speed when the roads have no potholes, so I'm sure we'll be back here asking, you'll be asking us for speed limit reductions and things like that. But looking forward to the project being done. Congratulations.
Councilor Gilman.
So McKechnie's and team, good work. Really appreciate you working together. I only worked on 4. 3 were very successful, 1 was not. But I wanted to give a shout out to Councilor Nolan, because he's the one that initiated this betterment policy back about 8 years ago when we were rookies on the council together. And thank you for your due diligence with getting that established. And as a result, this has been a successful ordinance for our city. So thank you.
Any more discussion? Please call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Councilor Grace.
Aye.
Councilor Gross.
Aye.
Councilor Grow.
Aye.
Councilor Majota.
Aye.
Councilor Memhard.
Aye.
Councilor Nolan.
Aye.
Councilor Worthley.
Aye.
Councilor Benson.
Aye.
Councilor Gilman.
Aye.
The vote is 9 in favor, 0 opposed. The motion passes.
Thank you, and now go home and rest.
Happy Thanksgiving.
We come with you?
Yeah.
Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Public hearing 2024, number 16, special council permit 2024, number 3, the application of 20 Main LLC for the demolition and conversion of an office building to multifamily housing containing 24 units and a retail space at Main Street number 20, map 7, lot 94 in the CB district.
Going to open the public hearing. And those speaking in favor, representing. So we're going to allow going over the allotted 15 minutes on this for both the opponents and for the opposition.
Thank you, Mr. President. For the record, Deborah Ellison, Ellison Law Office, 63 Middle Street, Gloucester. If I could share my screen. With me tonight is the architect, excuse me, The owner of the property as well as the applicant is 20 Main Street LLC, and with me tonight is Mark and Daniel Gattineri. And on Zoom is Kathy Gattineri. The architect, Daniel DeLulo, is also present in person. And the experts are available on Zoom for your questions. The surveyor, civil engineer is Hayes Engineering, Peter Ogren and Joe Grillo. Structural engineer is Carmine Garasino, Room of Garasino. And the traffic engineer is Jeffrey Dirk of Vaness Hangen. I apologize. There we go. So the property is located at 20 Main Street, and this is the building that is currently on the property. The applicant is seeking this requested relief, a special permit for the conversion to a new multifamily building with 7 or more units, special permit for a major project, a height exception special permit, and also a special permit to lesser minimum lot area and open space. The applicant intends to convert the property to a mixed commercial residential space, bringing back the retail use to the face of Main Street. The Gattineri family, which is the principals behind 20 Main LLC, have a strong connection to Gloucester as a family and also as property owners. They own and manage 6 properties in Gloucester, and they have an additional 11 properties in Boston and north of Boston. They're experienced property owners and property managers. The project will have 24 units and 24 dwelling units plus a 1,000 square foot retail unit, which will be on the first floor. The entrance to the residential units will also be on the first floor, and it will have a lobby for residential units. There'll be mailroom, trash storage inside the building, and elevator access. The units are 1 bedrooms, and they range in size from 896 square feet to 1,190 square feet, with 1 bedroom, 1 office, 2 bathrooms, and a combined kitchen, living, and dining room. The project will have 26 parking spaces. Sorry, this isn't cooperating. We'll have 26 parking spaces. For a 24-unit building, only 24 spaces are required. There will be a single lane of travel, and there will be 2 handicap parking spaces. The landscape plan involves trees along the right edge of the property and an area to the left back, which now has a lot of different trees that are not in the greatest of health, so those will be taken out. Additional trees will be added, and there'll be some lower plant life put in there. There will be a fence put in at the property line, which will look pretty much like this, and then there also will be a hedge which can be put in along the property of 33 Middle Street if they are agreeable to have that done. According to the 2017 housing production plan, citywide, Gloucester is a place that requires a car. It has a walk score of 41 out of 100. The downtown area, however, has a walk score of 94 out of 100. Walk score analyzes how close amenities are and how pedestrian friendly the area is. Between 90 and 100, it's a walker's paradise. Daily errands can be done without a car. A walk score between 25 and 49 means you're car dependent, which is what the rest of Gloucester is, but downtown is a walker's paradise. This is a good location for additional housing. It will provide desperately needing housing units. The availability of local shopping, dining, and other amenities will be great for the unit owners. And the 24 additional residential units in downtown area will augment the customer base of the existing businesses and new businesses to come. There were 28 letters of support from surrounding business owners as well as other business owners outside of downtown. 27 letters of general support were provided, as well as a few additional letters last week. The project has received unanimous approval from the ZBA, approval from the Historic District Commission, and unanimous favorable recommendation from the Planning Board for the major project. The project will comply with the inclusionary housing, and it is required to have 3 units at 60% AMI or 4 units at 80% AMI. The applicant recognizes, and we all recognize, that an 80% AMI is not affordable to many Gloucester residents. 80% AMI is approximately $95,000 a year for an individual. Gloucester's AMI is approximately $65,000. Therefore, the applicant is agreeing voluntarily to provide 3 units at 60% AMI plus a unit at 80% AMI. So the city will be getting units at a lower percentage of ANI plus an additional unit. This creates a greater benefit for the residents of the city and will allow more Gloucester residents to qualify for the unit. The project required a lot of permitting, and it has evolved since it was first presented to the ZBA. And these are changes that have been made. The main ones to highlight: the top floor was removed from the building. So the building was originally 45 feet in height. It is now 37 feet 4 inches. The roof equipment was moved toward the street and is now screened at the request of the Historic District Commission. There's an open stairway from the first floor to the garage, which allows better access to the existing retaining wall. And the parking lot circulation was revised to one-way. These are renderings of what the progression of drawings. So this was the first iteration that went to the Historic District Commission. You can see the balconies on the front of the building. There was later clapboard added to the 4th floor to give a mansard roof type look. And the balconies were inserted in or put into the facade at the front of the building. And lastly, the building was lowered in height and the facade was left free of balconies to better match Main Street. And this is a view of the rendering as it's compared to Blackburn. If you walk down Main Street, you can see a lot of the similar type of characteristics. There are granite headers, and you can see that the shops have similar layouts for their retail spaces. And there are also okay, so addressing the legal standards, the project's in harmony with the intent and purpose of the Gloucester zoning ordinance, and it's appropriate for the neighborhood because it's consistent with the mixed-use area of commercial and residential structures. It will vastly improve an underutilized lot. It adds visual appeal, and it's more compatible development with this neighborhood. It will add to the short supply of housing stock cited in the city's housing production plan, and the height is needed to allow ground level parking under the building. It also allows the building to blend in with the surrounding architecture on Main Street. It satisfies the 7 factors which are listed here, as well as the requirements of the major project. And for the record, I will go through those factors. With regard to social, economic, and community needs, the current building is a former bank with a drive-through, and it's been most recently used as offices. It's not in keeping with all the other buildings in this historic district. The project's more consistent with the highest and best use of the property, and it's more in keeping with the other mixed uses along Main Street. The applicant's project will bring retail back to the site and add residential housing that is much needed, as well as additional tax revenue. The site's a desirable location for the addition of much-needed residential units. It will also, as I said, augment the customer base of the nearby merchants without impacting public parking, since all of the residents are likely to walk to the nearby stores. It has support of business neighbors and off-site affordable units in excess of what is required under the ordinance. With regard to traffic flow and safety, it will exceed the parking required under the ZZO. Downtown is pedestrian friendly and walkable for most daily errands. Most residents, as I said, will visit businesses by walking, leaving public spaces free. The traffic study determined there'd only be a minimal effect on traffic. That was peer reviewed and they agreed. The access to the site and the neighboring site is via Chisholm Court, which is shown here. And Chisholm Court will be expanded to 20 feet to allow access by Gloucester fire apparatus. Also removing the curb cut that is to the right side of the property, so it will allow for the addition of one space, which will be lost at this end with the change in the curb. With regard to utilities and public services, it is served by public water and sewer, and all the necessary utilities are found in Main Street. The applicant's engineer provided a detailed stormwater report and site plan, and the applicant did flow tests and hydraulic analysis that confirmed adequate water was available not only for the residents, but also for fire protection. All of this information, again, was peer reviewed, and after some changes were made, they were approved by the third-party peer reviewer. It also received a unanimous recommendation of the planning board as a major project. The project's appropriate for this neighborhood of mixed residential and commercial use. The height is 37 feet 4 inches, which is consistent with buildings in downtown Gloucester. Right next door is the Blackburn Tavern with a roof peak of 51 and a facade height of 45 feet. 44 Main Street has a height of 46 feet at its roof peak with a height of 34 feet at the facade. This is 61 Main Street, which is also consistent with the heights. And lastly, 92 Main Street, which is a little farther down the street. It is 58 feet high at the Main Street facade. 71 Middle Street is approximately 40 feet high, and 206 Main Street is 49 feet high. Both of them were recently granted height waivers. The opposition provided heights of certain buildings, but it's not clear how those were measured. But even if those measurements are accurate, they only measured to the eave and not the peak. Well before this project was before you, the city's planning department did a survey of buildings along Main Street and determined that most were 40 to 45 feet high and many were 50 or higher. It's an unbiased survey of the building heights and can reasonably be relied upon by this council. The proposed building is well within the norm and actually below the average. It's modestly above your jurisdiction. Unlike many projects or buildings along Main Street, it is not being constructed curb to curb. You can see that there is an open space left to the right of the building. There is a road plus parking to the left. And so it does give some room around the building that you don't find in many others. If you look at this GIS of Main Street, you can see the buildings are right next to each other. There's absolutely no gap between them. And if this were a commercial building, it could be constructed lot line to lot line and very likely without parking. If you look at the GIS, you also see any open space along Main Street is really taken up by parking lots and not green space or usable space. The ZBA, what's before you are special permits for the use. The ZBA has already considered the dimensional use and the dimensional requirements, and they've determined that those dimensions are appropriate for this project. And The applicant, as I said, could have an opportunity within a commercial building to do a lot line to lot line development, but we don't believe that that is something that would be best for the city. With regard to the qualities of the natural environment will be minimally impacted, if at all. The site has more than the required area of 10,000 square feet. It has 14,160 square feet. It's not within a protected resource area. It's currently developed with a single-family building and is almost entirely paved. Because it's not a lot line to lot line, the landscaping on the right and in the back will be available. The applicant also has agreed to install 2 additional street trees in a location determined by the DPW. The potential fiscal impact will be positive. The improvement in occupation of this site for a mixed use will increase its value. Bringing the site closer to its highest and best use will likely improve the neighborhood property value as a whole. The project's estimated to cost $7 million to construct, which will bring significant permitting fees to the city. The applicant's family personally manages its own properties, but they use local tradesmen. They'll use local tradesmen during the construction, and will use local tradesmen to maintain the building afterwards. They use them now to maintain their current properties. Once completed, the project will add much needed residential tax income to the city at a time when the city's facing many fiscal challenges. And you heard tonight how the funding of our schools is very important. We also have to look at the construction of the new secondary treatment sewer plan. And those are only 2 of the issues facing us. It also creates a greater sewer consumer base for the businesses. Lastly, it is not located in a FEMA flood zone, and therefore there's no issue with regard to flooding vulnerability. Moving on to the major project. These criteria are guidelines for you to consider. They are not required findings as suggested by the opposition, but I would still suggest to you that the project meets all of them. The major project has direct access from Main Street via Chisholm Court, and that is only used by the site and Blackburn Tavern. Planning Department has confirmed that the project meets this requirement and access to the site is more than adequate. It is connected to municipal sewage, so subsection B does not apply. With regard to the site plan requirements, they are met. It shows required access points, drainage, and utilities serving the building. It was peer reviewed and approved, also endorsed by the planning board, and that is within the planning board's expertise. It has appropriate access, screening of parking, lighting, ingress, egress, no major topographical changes. Landscape plan has been provided, and as I said, 2 street trees will be added. It also meets all of the requirements of the zoning ordinance and the building code. The requirements of the ordinance and building code will be satisfied throughout and on completion of the project. There will be a thorough review of compliance with the building code and fire code by a third-party peer reviewer. The site plan, utility plan, stormwater report have already been reviewed and approved by the third-party reviewer. The multifamily residential use in a non-residential district is appropriate here. The guideline is there to avoid residential units in non-residential areas that will conflict with one another. And here we don't have that. The project meets the criteria of this section. The public good will be served by adding more housing units, including affordable units downtown. This is a finding of the city's own housing production plan. Local businesses will be positively impacted. The CB district will not negatively impact the residences. There are 2 new residences that have been approved in the CB district, and one is also in the historic district. Those have 44 units and 30 units. These new buildings are fully affordable. The proposed building will offer a wider demographic, housing that also is needed by them. The more housing units will help support the CB business uses, and the CB uses, which are mostly restaurants and retail services and goods and services, will not be noxious to this multifamily use. With regard to the minimum lot area per dwelling and the minimum open space per dwelling, I suggest to you that special permits warranted. The requested reduction should be allowed because such lesser lot area and open space is in keeping with the neighborhood character and the structural density. The vast majority of the buildings, as we saw, are lot to lot, and the buildings that have recently been approved are similarly situated on their lots, being very close to the lot lines. The downtown multifamily living doesn't generally afford significant outdoor living space. The surrounding neighborhood acts as the backyard of the building, providing places for entertainment, physical activity, and socializing. The project's an easy walk to the harbor, Stacy Boulevard, Pavilion Beach, and slightly longer walk to Stageport Park. Many of the places within walking distance to afford an outdoor space for the residents. With regard to the height, the building will be 37 feet 4 inches. It allows for the ground level parking, and it makes the building consistent with others in the vicinity. As I discussed earlier, it is consistent with the heights that have been found by your planning department. The city's general counsel also made it clear that the GZO requires that obstructions of views be substantially detrimental to the neighborhood as a whole and not just one property. Furthermore, economic loss is not protected by zoning unless it's expressly stated in the ordinance, and in this case, it's not. It's important to remember the applicant has the right to build up to 30 feet. Therefore, the consideration is really the remaining approximately 7 feet higher that this is. The project was designed to minimize new obstructions of views by leaving some open corridors on both sides of the building. In the densely constructed downtown, every building overshadows every other building at some point in the year. In general, the longest shadows are cast during December and January when people tend to be indoors. And due to the elevation of the residential properties on Middle Street and the orientation of the site, there's very limited shadowing of those properties any time of the year. And although there's no requirement that the applicant do a shadow study, we did do one. And so this is January at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And you can see that buildings are shadowing one another. 20 Main shadows the parking lot. There's also some shadow up on the residential property at 33 Middle, and 33 Middle shadows its neighbor. As you get into February, you can see it already has improved. There's no shadowing of the residential properties, and the shadows on the abutting commercial properties have shortened. And in March, again, shorter. April, May, June, July. August, they start to go in the other direction. September, October, and you can see even in October, you have shadowing by the residential buildings on one another. And in November, there is shadowing starting to be from 20 Main onto the residential, as well as other neighbors onto 20 Main. And lastly, December. We have provided several important consultant reports from well-respected professionals that are available for your questioning tonight. And we have a traffic study from Vanessa and Associates, and that was determined to have minimal impact on traffic, and the third-party reviewer agreed with that. Site plan and stormwater report by Hayes Engineering underwent a thorough review, and that has been approved. Utility report determined that the estimated peak sewer demand based on the number of bedrooms could be was doubled in order to include the office as a bedroom, which under Title V it would have to be. So it's a very conservative estimate. The flow test and hydraulic analysis were also done and determined sufficient flow for the proposed use as well as fire protection. And the structural engineers determined that the existing retaining wall is structurally sound and only in need of minor repairs. The applicant has agreed to do those repairs, and the third-party reviewer did not recommend any further examination of the condition of the wall. There was discussion that there's a certain area of influence which is shown in the hatched area. This is an area where it cannot be excavated. Anything above that area can be excavated, and there's no intention to excavate within the area of influence. Have also been questions about whether the wall can be maintained. This is a forklift that is accessible through the parking lot. It can reach every aspect of the wall and can do minor repairs. There's also movable scaffolding that can be used to reach different parts of the wall. There will be a fence and removable stairs that will allow, again, the forklift to access the 8 feet that is behind the stairway. And looking lastly at major repairs, we don't expect that there's going to be any sort of catastrophic damage to the wall, but if there were, either a 15-ton crane can fit on the lot and can reach over the building to remove damaged material or bring in new material. I would suggest to you that you need to trust your professionals. You have heard from applicants, you've heard from Weston and Sampson, the third-party reviewer. You have expertise in your building department, your planning department, your engineering department, and public safety. They've recently overseen 2 successful construction of large residential properties in the CB district. They're currently overseeing the library project. These special permits are zoning permits. They're governing the use being requested. They're not building permits. Much of the discussion has strayed from zoning, which is within your purview, into the construction phase, which is governed by your professional staff and overseen by them. I'd like to briefly address the Walsh and Walsh report that you've heard. It does not appear that there is a lot of information with regard to the GZO or the facts. This project is indeed less than a half mile from the train station. As the crow flies, it's about a quarter of a mile. And if you're driving, it's less than a half a mile. The project is expressly authorized in the CB district with a special permit. 2 other recent projects, as I said, in the CB district, residential projects were allowed. The Historic District Commission determined it was an appropriate project for this location. That's their jurisdiction. Also, contrary to Mr. Walsh's statement, no industrial uses are allowed in this district without a special permit. You would require, with or without a permit, I'm sorry, it would require a variance. I also disagree with the declaration that the special permits are hard to obtain. The standards are much lower than that of a variance, and they're routinely granted. So just because a use isn't allowed as of right, it doesn't mean that it is not allowed by zoning. The purpose of the special permit is to allow certain uses with oversight by this council or other special permit granting authority with the opportunity to put conditions on the project. And that's just what's happening here. It's unclear why he discussed planned unit development. We're not seeking that. I don't believe that's even allowed under our ordinance, and the requirements wouldn't matter, don't apply. With regard to the claim that the height calculation of the applicant is in error, there was no support for this claim or any substitute calculation. The city's general counsel, as I said, made it clear that obstruction of views apply to the neighborhood as a whole. And the access for maintaining the wall has been proven. And therefore, I would suggest that there are a lot of holes in Mr. Walsh's memo. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Questions will come later. Anyone else who'd like to speak in favor have up to 3 minutes?
Thank you. Hello. Barnaby Prendergast, 61 Fernald Street. I'm speaking in favor of the project. Gloucester is in desperate need of more housing. We really do have a serious shortage. We also have a particular shortage of smaller housing units for either elderly people who are wishing to downsize, or for young people who are wishing to start out on their journey of life, if you like. The downtown area is busy. There's parking issues. There's some congestion. It's not going to change because there are 24 new people, or even 48 if they're double occupied at that particular end of the street. It's just busy. The other thing I wanted to say is that the revenue to the city, I'm roughly guessing, is going to be about 10 times what we currently get in tax revenue from that property that sits there shedding water onto the street and not really doing much else for the city. So that is what I would like to say. Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Frank D'Ambrosio. I moved here when I was 14 years old.
That's two, please.
5 Pinecrest Ave, Gloucester, Massachusetts. I've been here about almost 50 years, not quite a local, but getting there. My experience in Gloucester has always been very positive. With that said, I've seen areas of Gloucester that have been fairly neglected by property owners. No upgrades, tenants just live there, and unfortunately, they don't take care of their properties. They do very little. My experience with the Gattineri family, however, has been very positive. With that said, the family has done nothing but enhance the areas that they invest in, whether it's a new property or whether it's a property that they rehab. They take care of their neighbors and they take care of their tenants. I think it would really be a mistake not to allow this building to be built, to enhance Main Street, and to make sure that there's living places for generations to come. I mean, just as it says above your head, build not for today alone, but build for tomorrow as well. I think that's what they're doing.
Thank you.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Joel Favaza. I'm a resident at 28 Middle Street. I am a Main Street business owner. My office is about 650 feet east of this project, and I live about 350 feet west of this project. I walk by this property almost every day, typically several times per day, and I'm very much in favor. As to the use permit, I want to mention as a business owner, I'm excited for additional retail and commercial space downtown. We need to maintain and establish a critical mass of commercial use downtown. It helps all businesses to have more businesses downtown. As a nearby resident, I'm excited to welcome 24 new neighbors to the neighborhood. Living downtown is an opportunity that should be shared more widely and should not be held closely by those of us who are already down here. As a parent with children in the school district, I'm excited for new growth tax revenue, which is the only way the city is ever going to properly fund that district and keep this city on the right path in that regard. As a pedestrian that walks by this property, I am not concerned with the additional traffic that'll be generated. I'm guessing that I'm not going to notice it, and neither will many of the others who walk by on a daily basis. And as a citizen, I'm not scared of change, I'm not scared of growth, and I'm not scared of buildings in excess of 35 feet of height. And to that point, you've heard a little bit, and I'm sure you'll hear more on the standard of whether this is keeping with the neighborhood. As mentioned, there are literally dozens of buildings between 35 and 45 feet tall. I have records to prove it. Some of the highlights that Attorney Ellison may have left off, I think she mentioned Passport's 45, Jeff Rashawn's building across from Building Centers over 50 on Rogers Street, Central Grammar's 52 feet on Dale Avenue, Brown's Mall is 52 on Elm Street and over 61 feet in the back on Elm Street. The Lorraine Building is 55 feet on School Street. The building to the right of Jalapenos, another good name for it, as was mentioned earlier, is 58 feet tall. Not to mention there are true giants like the Legion, City Hall, St. Anne's Church, the UU Church, the mixed-use building that houses Drift and Cape Ann Convenience. These are all in this neighborhood. Honestly, the real shame is that the applicants already removed the previous proposed top floor, and that's going to cost the city 4 potential units of housing while we are in a major housing crisis. So again, I'm fully in support of this. I think they've met all the criteria for both the special permit for use and the height permit, and I encourage the council to vote accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Jack Levy. I'm a resident of 49 Parker Street, Gloucester, Mass. And I would like to state that I'm in favor of this project. As the attorney was stating, it's going to have a good tax base that's going to be returned to the city. And we have a hardship coming up with a couple of projects going on in the city coming. This will help. It's not a cure. This property alone is not just a cure to it. But there's one thing I would like to say that wasn't said during that. When you have 24 single bedroom units, this project is not in any way a burden to the city because there'll be no children going through the school system. A lot of other things that they're not going to be adding to. So It has a total plus of adding the tax and not putting a burden on. And this family, I've known them for years, nothing but hardworking people, professional in their business, in the way they keep their properties. And to me, it's a win-win situation looking at it from both sides here. And I hope you grant this. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Glenn Sullivan. I live at 11 Rockport Road in Gloucester. I am a local tradesperson, and I am in favor of this project for several reasons. Not only the betterment of the neighborhood and the property as it sits, but also to keep in mind that over the course of a 12-month construction period, or 10-month, or 13-month, whatever it might be, that the chances are very likely that they're going to enlist the help of local electricians, carpenters, plumbers, and such. I have worked for the Gatnaries in the past. They've been excellent customers and have an excellent eye for detail and have always maintained their property to the highest standards. So for those reasons, I am also in favor of the project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Gary Doyen, Doyen's Appliance, 15 Whistle Stop Way. I've been dealing with the Getnaries for over 20 years. They maintain their properties really well. They use all my products to help supply, service, and I think they're a real asset and a really well-run company and family. I support the project as well.
Thank you.
Paul Giacalone, 71 Main Street, Gloucester. So very unique, like Joel. I've lived on Main Street now for 12 years, and I really embrace the community. I own a business on Main Street, and we need foot traffic and we need residents. On a daily basis in my cafe, which some of you have visited, people ask, are there any apartments available? I mean, we need housing in Gloucester, and we need it downtown. We need where you can walk to our stores. You have plenty of growth happening up at Market Basket Plaza and the Halyard, but we have no new growth downtown until recently. We really need these apartments. We really need the development of this property, and I'm not behind it, I'm 100% behind it. And I would love the city to approve this, and let's get going downtown Gloucester, and let's make some improvements.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm James Pope, 6 Chestnut Street, Gloucester. I just want to offer my support for this project. I've been a lifelong resident of Gloucester, been living downtown since 2018, lived as a comparison, lived through the construction and the current iteration of the Cameron's project, and found it to offer nothing but positives to my neighborhood without impacting parking or traffic. And I feel the same way about this project as we have seen it presented. Just want to offer my support, and I hope we continue to support projects like this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kristen Sullivan. I live on Rockport Road as well. My husband was the contractor that was speaking. We are Gloucester residents, but we have been renting. And I can speak firsthand how difficult it is to rent in a city that we want to belong in. And I'm sure you know that a lot of rentals are just seasonal. And then you have to move again and move again and move again. And I have been renting previously from the Gatnera family, and I can't say enough about them. They've gone above and beyond any expectation that we had. All their property is, pristine. But more so, I think it's just more of the family atmosphere of Gloucester that they also give back. They're willing to help, and they recognize this crisis. I mean, we've moved several times, just recently to and there's such a housing crisis, and, we'd love to be able to stay. So, and therefore, I totally support this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Reverend Tess Bomberger. I live at 2 Sadler Street, Apartment 2 in Gloucester. I'm a new and very enthusiastic resident of Gloucester. I'm very glad to be here. I serve the First Universalist Church in Essex. Several of our members live here in Gloucester, and some even own businesses here. I'm also active in the clergy caucus of the Essex County Community Organization, or ECHO, which is focusing on housing as one of its organizing goals. So I'm here tonight to speak in favor of the housing development at 20 Main Street. I can offer the perspective of someone who's been concerned about housing for a long time. My concern about housing started when I was in seminary in Berkeley, California in the early 2000s. My heart went out to the homeless people there, so I volunteered as a chaplain a couple hours a week at a homeless shelter. During my volunteer chaplaincy, I got to know several people and learned that many of my assumptions about unhoused people were wrong. Many of them worked but could not afford housing. One single mother said to me, "My children and I have 3 basic needs: shelter, food, and clothing. On my salary, I can afford 2 of them. Which 2 would you choose?" I was a single mother at the time, so that statement struck close to home. So I learned that it's important to provide direct aid to unhoused people, but it's also important to change our laws and policies to change the circumstances that create homelessness. One reason people end up unhoused is the lack of housing, and especially affordable housing. And this council has a chance to address this cause. I urge you to vote yes to create more housing with some affordable units. This housing will benefit people like me as well. I moved to Gloucester just this last summer, and I'm so jealous of those of you who have lived here all your lives. It's a beautiful place to live. Last summer, I lucked out and found a small 1-bedroom apartment for $17.50 a month, which is a stretch on my budget. I was lucky to get it. There were people who were applying for the apartment the same time as me who were offering the landlords $200 more per month to get the place. I guess I lucked out because they chose me. Maybe it was the minister thing. And I guess I seemed like a quiet person and they wanted somebody quiet. It was hard to find even a studio here for less than $2,000 a month this past summer. All this is to say that it's not just poor people who are being priced out of the market here in Gloucester. It's also people like me, people in the helping professions, people like teachers and social workers and nurses who do so much for the community and who are being pushed out. And what about the essential workers, like my son who delivers pizza for a living? It's way too steep. It's essential that we build more housing. The Quaker teacher and activist Parker Palmer talks about the tragic gap between the world as it is and the world as it should be. We live in that gap, and I urge you to close it by passing this ordinance.
Thank you.
Still works. Oh, try again. Turn it up. Oh, push the button.
No, it doesn't go into the recording, though.
I'm Ruth Pino. I live at 82 Wheeler Street. I'm speaking to you tonight as a realtor. I can't tell you how often I meet with empty nesters who don't want to own anything, who don't want to cut the grass, and would love to have an apartment on downtown and Main Street and walk to favorite restaurants and socialize. Have you talked to any of the people that lived in the Gattinari building across the street? They love it there, and it satisfies their needs. They once owned homes, and it gave them a place to go. That's what I hear from people so often. I would love to sell my house. I have no place to go. I hope you will support this project.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak in favor? Okay, we'll go online. Sonny Robinson, you're first. You're muted.
Thank you. This is Sunny Robinson at 20 Harvard Street. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak in favor of this project. I'm very sorry not to be there in person with you all tonight. I would like to add to the comments that have already been made that when this proposal was originally filed, there were additional letters of support from about 50 persons, including other downtown merchants and other downtown residents. For those of you who know me, you certainly understand I would be happier if all 100% of the units were affordable, but I am also a realist and understand that is not how every housing development that is being created can be created. And indeed, we need a wide variety of housing from 30% affordable all the way up to market affordability. I think it is very important to note also that the developer has proposed that the 3 affordable units are that at 60% of area mean income, which is certainly closer to the area mean income than the 80% that they could have chosen. But indeed, he has added 1 additional 80% unit, which is terrific. I hope that will serve as a model to other developers coming forward with proposals to build additional housing. It is also really important in light of what we've just been through with the schools that we understand carefully, like this project, we need to consider additional revenue bases to our city so that we indeed can sustain the excellence of our school system that we need to have excellence going forward into the future. I also believe that this proposed building is an excellent fit in the downtown neighborhood. I think it fosters walkability. It increased commercial development in the general area downtown. It creates excellent live-work situations. And it is a change that in fact represents a great improvement over the unfit and neglected use of the site as it has been for a number of years. There also have been a number of changes in this project since first proposed that I think
15
are all,
seconds, Sonny.
thank you, which are all very favorable. Most importantly, the reduction from 5 floors to 4 floors, and I urge you all to vote in favor of this proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Deborah Frontero.
Hello, this is Deborah Frontero. I live at 216. Oh, I got to unmute. Hi, this is Can you hear me?
Yes.
Deborah Frontero, 216 Washington Street in Gloucester. A lifelong Gloucester resident, and I want to speak very strongly in favor of this project. The west end of Main Street is one of the most charming areas of town. This would improve a neglected property. It would allow more people to live in such a beautiful area. And as a local business owner, it would bring more foot traffic into our downtown. Most of the businesses in Gloucester, as you know, are smaller businesses that are owned by Gloucester residents. And without foot traffic and stuff downtown, they're suffering. It's really difficult to keep a small business going in Gloucester. I think that the building will beautify that area. The fact that there has the parking was a huge benefit to the city. It's a place where seniors could downsize to make larger homes available for families and have a really comfortable, beautiful place to live within walking distance. So I absolutely support it, and I encourage the city council to vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jen Holgram.
Everybody's coming on. Oops.
Hi, can you?
Yep. Go ahead.
Oh, hi, counselors. Thank you. Jennifer Holmgren, 385 Magnolia Ave. And I am not going to prolong the point, but I would like to echo what has been said. Please vote in favor of this project. It makes economic sense. It makes social sense. The presentation by Deb Ellison was absolutely on the nose, and we need this. Thank you.
Thank you. Deanna Fay. Deanna. Hands up, you're not muted. Deanna. Yep, she's not muted. Okay. Do we have anyone else online who'd like to speak in favor? Deanna, you back? Nope. Okay, we will now have the representative who's speaking in opposition.
Can you tell me what your name is on Zoom so I can promote you to a panelist? Yeah. Can you raise your hand in Zoom so I can pull you in as a panelist? Let's give it a second for it to pull you in.
Oh, on the side.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Mike Walsh. I'm an attorney. In this particular capacity, I am pro bono representing Salta Bandikiva and Peter Jorgen. They are the owners of 33 Middle Street, who are the immediate rear abutters to this project. My representation of them is pro bono. For those of you who have crossed paths with me before, you probably know me as the evil anti-3A lawyer, but I'm not here in that context today. In terms of opposition, it's kind of funny because about 80% of what we have to say is completely agrees with the opposition. It's the 20% that makes the difference. For example, one of the most important things for you to
Up.
There we go. For example, Gloucester doesn't have enough affordable housing. According to the state, in June of 2023, under the subsidized housing inventory, you have not met your 10% 40.
Do you keep hitting the button? Oh, Amazon batteries.
There, I'll hold it up top.
The Energizer or the Duracell.
So Gloucester only has 7.62% affordable housing. Believe it or not, ironically, if this project could have been brought as a 40B, and none of these special permits would be in front of you if it was, and the only trade-off that the city of Gloucester would get if it was a 40B was that there would be 2 more affordable housing units within the mixture. So the short answer is that a lot of what we have to say, we agree. You've heard a lot about the developer and how they've worked to accommodate the concerns that were raised in front of the historic district as well as the planning board. You've heard the developer has taken efforts like lowering the threshold, removing the top floor. Nonetheless, unfortunately, to borrow from the gentleman earlier, build not today but for the future, everyone here has an interest. This interest in stepping the future is part of why you step forward as city councilors. It's also part of why the developer who buys a piece of land and hopes to get the best use out of it. They're perfectly and rationally entitled to that. I've had a lengthy discussion with my clients about the fact that someone is going to build something there. And the only question is, what does it look like and how does it impact them? Normally speaking, you can't control what your neighbor builds, in this case, literally in your own backyard, but zoning is one of the few places that we get to do that. In terms of the permissions in front of you today, there are 3 major requests that the developer is making. The first is a use change, both a mixed use as well as a multi-use allowance. The second is the height change, and the third is the open space requirement. So in general, there are a bunch of legal arguments that we've put in front of you, and the short answer is that those are in case we don't come to some agreement and end up in court later on. The political argument to you today, here, now, when you're considering this, is a narrative. And the narrative is that we don't just want to build housing, we want to build a neighborhood. We want to build communities. When you go to build housing, it is the ideal of every community that there ever was to build a community where long-term neighbors come in and plant roots and make your communities richer, that bring a diversity of experience and show you what it's like to live in a real and vibrant community. The zoning ordinances are one of the ways that we try and control that. It won't surprise you if I tell you that your city is almost 400 years old. Most of the buildings here, on average, there's a significant chunk that were built before 1900. Your predecessors, approximately 70 years ago, started to put in the zoning system that we recognize now. And in doing so, they set a number of lines about, we like what we have, but we're envisioning our future. And so if you were on the city council in 1950, for example, you would be voting on height restrictions. We don't want skyscrapers like they're starting to build in New York. You would build ordinances about open space and about maximum lot coverage to try and ensure the quality of life that your children and your children's children would have. So the problem for the neighbors in the back, and also the problem for the developer, is that this is at 20 Main Street. For those of you who are, you're all familiar with the area, if you start out by the Gorton's lot and you go up Main Street, you come down the corner, and then all of a sudden you come into the 5-way intersection, and 20 Main Street is right where it opens up. The reason this is important is for the traffic contention, but you've already heard studies. This story is also an old Hollywood movie. It's a story about a neighborhood association and a developer. There is, with the potential exception of myself, no mustache-twirling villain here. The developer is working hard. They've jumped through every hoop that you can imagine. They've paid professionals, and they're trying to be responsible. And they're going to build something there. They're entitled as a landowner to the use of their property. But the question is, what does it look like and how does it impact the neighbors? The developer evidently thinks that they've made enough concessions to try and minimize the impact on the neighbors. And we appreciate that, but we respectfully don't agree. You've already heard in your P&D committee extensively about the impact on the wall and the fact that this is only 8 or 10 inches away from the retaining wall that protects not only 33 Middle Street, but also the house next door. You've also heard about the views. This, for whatever it is going to be a 3-story structure on top of pylons. And even given a 15-foot retaining wall, it's going to immediately obstruct the view next door. Sultana and Peter have put a lot of pictures in front of you, and you've seen all of that. So let me tell you stuff that you don't know. The stuff that you don't know is that despite the fact that this could be viewed as a battle for the soul of the city and about what kind of town you want to live in, this is a narrow legal inquiry. This is just, does the developer meet a case to show relief? And we hope that you will agree that the answer is no. Let me skip to my next slide here. So the 2 most important reliefs the developer seeks are the mixed-use multifamily use change and the height relief. The test for the use relief is somewhat substantial. There are a number of metrics that you can weigh on. There is some disagreement between myself and Attorney Ellison as to the extent to which these are mandatory checkbox or which these are kind of guideposts that you can aim your analysis towards. But the short answer is that 20 Main Street, as you will all know, is in a terrible spot because it is right at the corner of several different zoning districts. Right behind it, where Saltanat and Peter live, is a residential district. This is immediately in the middle of the center downtown business strip. It's just next door to the industrial waterfront strip, and then it also has another zoning district across the corner. Unfortunately, our argument is a little complicated because of that, but we argue that that this proposal doesn't really fit in either neighborhood. In the historic district where Saltnut lives on Middle Street, you see old historic captain homes, and they definitely do not comply with modern zoning. They're all irregularly shaped. They're built to old things. You couldn't build them today, but they're historic. They're part of Gloucester's heritage as being a major seaport and all of the things that go into that. And so we'd like to ask you to argue that huge, dense units don't make sense. And I think in a historic district, that's an easy argument to sell. I don't think even the developer argues that. The business district's a little bit different. Believe it or not, I think Attorney Elias may have overread my letter, but the only two allowed of right uses in your downtown zoning district are for hotels and for temporary mobile homes. That's it. Everything else in your entire downtown district, no matter what it is a special permit or some kind of a exempt or prior non-conforming use. Everybody who wants to do anything in your downtown has to come to you. And part of that's because the downtowns are the vibrant areas. Now, this kind of fits together with our narrative about we want to build a community where people are going to come down and put roots. If you look at the developer's proposal, there's 24 units and 26 parking spots. The units are all primarily single bedroom, and they're talking about approximately 591 square feet. They also have talked about 1,000 square feet of business use on the first floor. By the way, for those who are counting, that's about 31 by 31. It's not a huge storefront, but it's something. In terms of the units, our argument is that if you're building single bedroom apartments,
Some have problems seeing. I think the slide. Slide forward.
Presenters.
so our argument is that if you have 24 single bedroom units, that you're not, even though it's possible, you're not likely to get long-term users. Even retired people want a lot of the amenities. And this ties into one of the other requests for relief the developer is seeking, which is to reduce the open space. One of the widespread lessons that we learned from the pandemic is that occasionally as you sit, the walls start closing in and you want to go outside and do something else. And if you limit the open space available to people, it doesn't promote a healthy community. That's true that living downtown is great and you can hop into cafes and shops and anything else with the green sun, but it's not your space. It's not even a space that you own or share with the other condo owners. The short answer is that our argument is that these units are too many and too small, and when you tie them in with the open space restriction as well as the change in zoning, you're materially changing the scope of the downtown. You've already heard a ton of arguments about the non-conforming use, but the short answer is that height is important. Height's one of the few areas recently where the courts have been willing to overturn the city councils. And so that's part of the emphasis on height. And you've undoubtedly heard all of the different variances and about where you're measuring from and whatnot. But the short answer is that all of those are prior non-conforming uses. And so when you make your decision, I want you to put yourself in the position of the city councilors 50 years ago or 70 years ago who were writing a zoning rule. They said, we like what we've got, but in the future, nothing big, or at least nothing big without permission. And this particular proposal is not so exceptional as to justify a major change. It's stepping sideways. It's one of the reasons for 3A is the argument that we shouldn't have these kind of hearings. It should be either build or no build, and it should be that simple. But this is your ability to control your neighborhood, your city, your town, and more importantly, your downtown. And so we think that because these bedrooms are small, they're not likely to produce long-term users. They're not likely to come and be neighbors for 5, 10, or 50 years. you're more apt to get people who are coming in the short term and moving. And that's no slight on people who live that lifestyle, but when you're building a community in the long term, when you're building for the future, you're looking for a stable environment of people who are going to come and live and care about your community. And this particular proposal is not well designed to suit that. A, because of the shrinking green space the developer is looking for, B, because of the small units that are involved, and C, because of the location. Now, we've also presented to you in the paper several concerns about traffic, and there's some reason for that. I appreciate the developer is going to widen the private way when it comes through, but you'll remember from the map that this is right at the edge of that five-star intersection, which is the major and perhaps only real way out of downtown. 24 cars aren't likely to make a huge difference in a city of 25 or 30,000, but it's an impact. And it's not just a question here for you, for this developer today, but the criteria that you're asked to look at through several of the relief criterias are to look at the question tomorrow. If you routinely waive the height rule, what use is the height rule, other than requiring people to come before you and spend money for lawyers and architects and engineers and what have you? The rules, we argue, have to mean something. Somewhere, someone said that this is going to be a rule. And even though there was a ton of non-conforming, even though it was completely new direction, our argument is that rules like the open space rule and the height rule are specifically designed to shape your future. And that we argue that this proposal, although with the best of intentions and very well articulated and competently presented by very well-paid and very careful professionals on behalf of a considerate developer who's trying hard to fit into the community, this doesn't meet the bill. Beyond that, the analysis that you have to walk through for height relief, this is the example of it, you have to have a written determination that it's consistent with the character of the neighborhood. One of the arguments in granting a special permit, you are granting an exception from a standing rule. And in arguing how far of a deviation from the existing rule or standing law you should grant, you should look at not only what the other prior uses are, but you should look at how far you're drifting. In that central downtown business district, your only of right use, again, is hotels and temporary mobile housing. There is no permanent residential use allowed of right in that entire district. In terms of shaping the community, I mean, neighborhoods are not necessarily things that can be drawn on lines on a map. I would tell you that Salta, 100 feet to the rear is the same as, in more or less the same neighborhood as this particular plot. But even if you take the neighbor district as what it is, height relief and open space relief are important because they shape your future. It is true that when you come down Main Street, this is the first lot where the whole development, the whole city opens up. It's your first opportunity if you were driving a car as a tourist to look up the hill to the historic districts. It's your first opportunity to look out to the water, other than potentially the Walgreens parking lot. These are the kinds of considerations, and they're to some extent subjective, which I don't envy any of you having to make. But these are the kind of considerations that the neighbors are concerned about. And it's no slight to the developer, but the neighbors live there, and they've lived there, and they own houses, which are their primary investment. Let's say that these are historic $1 million houses. Wouldn't you want to protect your $1 million house? There is, with the potential exception of me, there's no mustache-twirling villain. The only question is, the neighbors are somewhat properly concerned that the developer comes in or makes promises or what have you, and then the developer walks away. And that's not to say that getting areas will, but if they have the legal right to, in 5 or 10 years, when the wall comes down or what have you, who is going to be bringing in that big crane to repair the wall? And unless you, as the city council, either say no, or more probably, write express and very careful conditions into your permit, then the neighbors are stuck. This is their only opportunity. In terms of construction, yes, the construction will go in, it will be built, and hopefully your building department is, I know Mr. Orlando, he has an excellent reputation in Rockport in terms of standing up and being straightforward about the code and all that. I've clashed heads with him before, but this is the neighbor's last opportunity. If the moment you say yes, or the moment you say yes with conditions, or no, or send the developer back to the board, this is the neighbor's last opportunity to stand up and tell you what they think, and to ask for your help in terms of imposing conditions. And it's not unreasonable to impose conditions because remember, with the exception of those 2 narrow uses, the entire business district is either prior non-conforming or subject to some kind of a special permit. In terms of the wall, we ask you to pay specific attention to this. These are both screenshots from Google Maps showing you looking backwards from Main Street towards Middle Street, and you can see the 2 houses up there, and that wall is not insubstantial. I hate to be a mailman trying to climb stairs if there were any there. That's about 1.5 stories worth of wall. and that needs to be protected. You've heard arguments about old court cases, and I won't rehash any of the paperwork. It's terribly boring having to sit here, much less listen to me. But the short answer is that this is not an insignificant wall. And the current developer's plan, I mean, 8 inches. 8 inches is really small. With my well-padded bulk, I couldn't fit between the wall and the staircase. And not that I'm particularly well-padded, but you know, if you're talking about maintaining a wall, someone should be able to get in there and look at it like a person. And so asking that 8 inches is really close doesn't seem an unreasonable demand for the neighbors who are trying to protect their houses. This is a picture you will all have seen about how close the stakes are to the wall. And it's not an insignificant distance. It's a significant impact, and we ask you to take consideration of this when looking at the rule. In terms of the new structure, as you already know, it's going to be on pylons, and there's an HVAC on top. The developer has screened it off and made various provisions for scenery. To the extent that you're inclined to grant that, we ask that you ensure that the conditions that were previously put through the Planning Board and Historic Commission remain in place. Beyond that, however, essentially, let's suppose you were my clients. This project is going to sit all the way up to their their attic window. It comes up 2.5 stories as they measure it on their house. That means that they're going to be looking out their beautiful kitchen window, which right now looks over the harbor and the roofs in downtown, and they're going to be looking into other people's living rooms. And to some extent, that's city living. I got that. They got that. They know something of this ilk is going to be built, but they're looking for you to grant them some consideration, and we hope that you might, particularly in light of what we assert are very high burdens the developer has to meet for these multifarious relief that they're looking for. Lastly, this is sort of our zoning rules have a reason, and it's a little hard to argue that in a district where every use is either prior nonconforming or has a waiver of some kind. But your predecessors put these zoning rules into place for a reason. You wanted to say no skyscrapers. You wanted to say let's have green space. And so if you routinely and regularly waive those rules, particularly without any kind of a check, they become a joke. And then building becomes a game of who's ever best able to lawyer up and litigate their way through a city council meeting. I was talking to a Gloucester resident the other day about this, and he said that we fought the Beauport like hell, but that after it was built, it came out nice. Once in a while, when the dust settles, you think to yourself, that's not so bad. But for the moment, put yourself in the neighbor's position. This could get really ugly, and they'd have no way to change it and no way to fix it, except to ask you to enforce the zoning code with some strictness. And that's essentially where we stand. This is not a small ask. The developer's coming to you asking for 4 different kinds of relief from 4 different rules. I appreciate the developers made sacrifices. I appreciate that this has been a 1.5-year long process at least. They've gone to dozens of city boards. They've worked with city officials. They've hired experts and all that. But as I was at an appeals court hearing oral argument the other day, they were talking about there's a certain amount of rough and tumble in development. And so with that respect, we ask you to consider denying the permit, or at least putting on requisite conditions to protect the neighbors. In terms of the character of your downtown, academics in urban planning do not agree what makes a downtown stick. They know it's the center of a community, but they don't know what makes it tick, other than the fact that people are willing to come together. Some people say that what makes a downtown is the people. Others say what makes the downtown is the amenities. Other people say what makes a downtown is the character or the history. It literally is there's no academic consensus on what makes a downtown go. You, particularly to your downtown, have an excellent power to control and to shape it, and this is your opportunity to exercise it. And so we absolutely understand that someday the developer is going to build something here because they bought a property and they are absolutely entitled to make money off of it and to use it for any purpose that they can find. But we ask that you don't say that this is the right kind of use, because we think these apartments are too small, we think it's going to put too many people, and we think it's going to materially change the character, not only of the historic district behind along Middle Street, but also of the downtown. You've heard earlier about folks who came in to testify that they live on Main Street and they appreciate being able to live, but all of those walkabouts are pre-zoning code. They're prior non-conforming use. The person who wrote the rule, and let's call it 70 years ago, said, this is great, we love it, but we're changing the future direction. So if your comparators are prior non-conforming use, that's not a real good reason to deviate from the existing rules. The other thing that we appreciate is the developer is trying hard to be responsible, but we all have our own self-interest. With the potential exception of me, because I'm an outsider and I'm not collecting money and I'm not being paid to be here and talk to you. almost everyone who came before is either a pro-housing advocate who I've crossed swords with over the 3A issue, or else there's someone who's connected to the Gattineri family. And that speaks very well of them, but it also indicates some self-interest on behalf of the speaker. So not that I'm a mustache twirling villain, but I'm literally probably the only person in the room who doesn't have any ties either way. And I gotta tell you, I looked at that 8 inches between the retaining wall and I was horrified. That's what made me said, okay, I'll do it in my times for free. So we ask you to give it the greatest consideration and be very careful with the character of your downtown neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, anyone else would like to speak in opposition for up to 3 minutes?
Does this one work? Yes. Hello, I'm Theo McGregor. I live at 57 Middle Street in Gloucester. As a homeowner here on the street for over 32 years and as a longtime supporter of affordable housing, I have major concerns about the development proposed for 20 Main Street as designed. In December of 2007, we returned from a trip to Germany to find the Lorraine apartment building and the synagogue next door smoldering, having burned to the ground. My husband, Gerald Oppenheim, is Jewish, and the sight of the burned synagogue just down the street from us made him shiver. When we read the report of the fire service after action report, we learned that the owners had contributed to the fire where one longtime resident died. The report concluded that the building had not had an occupancy permit for at least 9 years. The developer had not scheduled a building inspection despite being ordered to twice by the building inspector. They had ignored repair orders, and there were several non-working fire alarms. According to that report, many of the problems in the building could have and should have been corrected through regular maintenance and repair efforts by the owners. And if the wind had been blowing in a different direction that night, our house and many other historic wooden houses on Middle Street would have been lost or damaged. And now a co-owner of the Lorraine apartment building is now proposing to build another multifamily building at 20 Main Street, so close to a retaining wall that a fire engine would not be able to access it. The assurances that they gave to the city council during the meeting on November 20th, that there are city codes and ordinances in place that would ensure they would maintain the building, have it inspected, and protect it from fire, are not reassuring because there were similar codes and ordinances in place in 2007 and before, and the owner chose to ignore them. In addition to fears about the fires, we are extremely concerned that the proposed building would degrade the historic and architectural character of Gloucester's historic district to the detriment of our property values and the city's historical appeal, as well as to the environment and safety of the city. The proposed building is too tall and massive and too close to historic Middle Street homes. And the logic of proving of this massive building to go forward as designed could be used to justify dividing our block between Middle and Main Streets with a 42-foot facade hovering over and visible from Middle Street, a public way. This would block existing sunlight, precious harbor views, and fresh air, thus severely damaging the historic protections promised by setting aside this unique area of Gloucester's West End as an historic district. We request that the Gloucester City Council reject the proposed building as designed. And if that means the process takes several more months to play out, it's a small price to pay for a building that may be here for the next 100 years, assuming it survives a fire.
Thank you.
I hope this works. Patty Amaral, 14 Middle Square. Dear City Councilors, I'm a longtime Gloucester resident. I'm opposed to this proposal development at 20 Main Street. This project will forever ruin the neighborhood character and worsen the quality of life. First, the project goes against the purpose of our central business district zoning, which is meant for retail spaces with residential units above. The proposed development, however, is primarily residential with a small retail space on the ground floor. This large residential building with 24 units is not what our downtown zoning was meant to support. It will dominate the area and its size will overwhelm the smaller historical buildings around it. The building itself is out of scale with the surrounding area. It will tower over Main Street and exceed the height of most other buildings in the area. This massive structure will overshadow the historical homes on Middle Street and change the feel in the entire neighborhood. It's not just the size of the building that's concerning. The design and the height are inconsistent with the neighborhood character of our downtown. Just take a walk on Main Street. Most buildings were built more than a century ago. This kind of project is damaging to what makes this area unique, charming, and special. This project will only benefit the developer, but not our community. It will damage the historical appeal of the neighborhood. I respectfully request that you reject this proposal and do everything you can to make sure that any development in the area fits the true needs of our community and in keeping with the character downtown. I want to talk about just a little bit about the school and the rendering of the pictures that shows. I don't know how many times people have come up to me and said, Patty, that is not what the renderings look like. We couldn't believe how big that school is. But here we are again. One of our city councilors, Val Gilman, said, quoted, "That's a huge building." Well, yeah, the school is a huge building, and this is a huge building. And so we do have to think about our future and our city's future and everybody who lives here. So please reject this. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, Joni Aldridge, 16 Bellevue Avenue. I address you with a plea to reject the special permit for the proposed development on 20 Main Street. The project's extreme proximity to the retaining wall and neighboring properties is not just a zoning issue, it's a catastrophic fire hazard that puts life and historic buildings in jeopardy. We need to remember the Lorraine apartment fire, a devastating tragedy that unfolded in 2007 under the watch of this same developer. That fire, fueled by outdated balloon frame construction, poor maintenance, and with no safety inspections, cost one man his life, displaced family, and came perilously close to engulfing our downtown landmarks. The building had not been inspected for years and enabled this disaster. The negligence of the owners of Lorraine Apartments created the conditions for that tragedy, and now they're asking you for your approval to proceed with another unsafe project. The proposed 20 Main Street development is alarmingly close to the retaining wall, just about 8 inches to a few feet, and leaves no viable access for maintenance or emergency response. The developer's structural engineer did not allay the community's concerns about the retaining wall at the P&D meetings. Fire trucks and crews would be unable to reach the rear of 20 Main Street or its neighbors in the event of a fire. In effect, this current design will actually trap residents and increase the likelihood of fire spreading rapidly through tightly packed structures, as it did in the Lorraine fire. We cannot ignore the lessons of our past. The Gloucester zoning ordinance explicitly aims to secure safety from fire, ensure adequate access, and prevent overcrowding. The segregation of residential businesses and industrial buildings makes it easier to provide proper emergency response and increase the safety and security of districts. Approving this project would violate the zoning provisions meant to protect our community. Why gamble with the safety of our residents and firefighters? As counselors, you have the obligation to protect residents and homeowners of Gloucester by following the zoning ordinance and possibly preventing another Lorraine apartment disaster. Please deny the special permit and send a clear message that Gloucester values its people and its history.
Thank you.
my name is Laura Taylor.
Speak into the microphone.
Okay.
Start again.
Is this the way? Okay. Hello, my name is Laura Haywater,
Thank
and I live at 90 Middle Street. I have lived in Ward 2 and 3 and back to Ward 2 again for 25 years. I've raised 2 daughters here, now fully launched in their adult careers. This is partly an explanation of who we are as a family here in this town, and primarily one that has downtown roots in this unique historical community. My eldest daughter spent her college summers here working at the Sunny Day Cafe, and our youngest daughter always referred to the City Hall clock tower as her tower. To this day, when our visiting friends invariably end up out on the ocean while whale watching, we can always tell them on their return they can find our house by following the streets towards that very clock tower. Gloucester downtown is a very unique historical neighborhood filled with businesses and antique homes whose very presence is being threatened by a proposed ugly multi-story apartment building that has no redeeming value in a historic neighborhood such as ours. The architect didn't even pretend to try to respect the aesthetic values of an old historic neighborhood, therefore making it easier for other developers to follow suit. I wrote an earlier letter that I'll submit to the council, arguing all the necessary points of why such a building doesn't belong in the downtown district. What I would ask of the council and the owner of the property at 20 Main Street is, what does it take to be a good neighbor? I met most of my neighbors 25 years ago, and they have witnessed our joys, concerns, and devastating heartbreak. Throughout all of it, it was an underlying community pride, and that this is us. We are a town and a community that cares about our neighbors. So again, I will ask respectfully if the owner and developer of 20 Main Street and the city council members really believe that building a high-density residential building that exceeds the 35-foot limit that would obscure light, open sky, and views that goes right up to the property boundaries minus a good 8 inches, thereby imposing a daunting shadow directly over a family home, corresponding abutters, and a vulnerable retaining wall separating them. Is this being a good neighbor? In the words of Wendell Berry, an American farmer and essayist, a viable neighborhood is a community, and a viable community is made up of neighbors who cherish and
15
protect what
seconds.
they have in common. Please consider me and my neighbors' concerns and vote no, and deny the special permit for the 20 Main Street project.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lillian Elwell, and I live at 31 Middle Street. I am a butter to 20 Main Street and one of the 200 residents who signed the petition opposing the proposed 20 Main Street development. Our voices represent a broad cross-section of the community, including residents and businesses from downtown and the surrounding areas. These signatures starkly contrast with the developer's 55 letters of support, many of which fail to neglect genuine community backing. Out of the developer's 28 letters of support from businesses, 17 came from outside of the downtown area, including places like West Gloucester, East Gloucester, and even Rockport. 2 more were from tenants of properties owned by the Gettinari family. Letters of support from residents include 18 of the 27 letters from tenants of a single apartment building at 1 School Street, also tied to the Gettinari family. It is clear the project lacks real community backing. By contrast, our petition reflects a diverse and independent coalition of voices, including Middle Street residents, most of whom were initially unaware of the project. Once informed, many of them immediately joined in opposition. The absence of support letters from Middle Street residents raised serious questions about the developer's avoidance of publicity and the project's compatibility with the neighborhood. The City Council has a duty to take the concerns of the petitioners seriously. This project threatens public safety by increasing traffic on already crowded streets like Proctor Street, Pine Street, School Street, Main Street, Middle Street, and Washington Street, which could delay emergency response from the fire department. It is also a safety risk due to its proximity to the retaining wall behind 20 Main Street, which could destabilize the abutting homes. The building's height and design clash with the neighborhood character. The added noise, pollution, and congestion will harm the quality of life for us, the residents, as well as small businesses. Please listen to the 200 residents who have spoken out against this project and deny the special permit to protect downtown residents' well-being and the neighborhood character. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, City Council. My name is Alex Gold. I live on 14 Lookout Street. I moved here about 15 years ago. I lived downtown the whole time, raising a family of 2 kids in Gloucester schools. We love it so far. I just wanted to speak in opposition to the proposed plans, and again raise the quote that's sitting on the wall back there: "Build not for today alone, but for tomorrow as well." And point to the retaining wall in back of the building. And I also forgot to mention I'm a property manager in Gloucester, rental property owner and developer. As a developer, I would never build a building 8 inches from a retaining wall that is pretty much a city fixture. I would find it irresponsible, negligent, and if the developer will not take responsibility for not building so close and maintaining the integrity of that wall into the 20, 30, 40 year, 50, 60 year future, then the city should do something about that and not grant a relief in that respect. A couple other things I was thinking about were the 21 units that are so-called that are not affordable. Those are going to be luxury units. I'm a big proponent of housing as well. I know there's a huge housing crunch in Gloucester. I feel it. When I have an open apartment, I have people knocking my door down. But these apartments are going to be going for $4,000, $5,000, $6,000. I mean, this is not like the kind of like apartments that regular people are going to be renting. So let's be honest. Please take that into account. I urge the council to reject the plan as is. Thank you.
Thank you.
I hope this works. My name is Damon E. Cummings. I live at 1063 Washington Street in Gloucester. I'm very careful to say Damon E. because my son, Damon J., lives at the same property now, and he's now a voter. About a month ago, I heard about this proposal. Housing and some retail at the fishing gear place between Blackburn Tavern and Shorten, Maine. It sounded perfectly reasonable to me to have housing, parking, and some retail there. That's typical use along that stretch of Main Street. I saw nothing whatsoever wrong about it, and I love the idea of affordable housing. I'm not sure this is going to be affordable housing, but I like the idea. Then I saw the plan. This is a historic neighborhood. It has photos and descriptions, starting with James Babson and finishing up with Peter Onassis. Everything's still in the picture, except the trolley tracks and maybe the cobblestones. When I went to look at this property, I parked up Prospect Street by the cemetery. I walked down the hill on Church Street by the UU Church. By the UU Church, the historical plaques on buildings immediately caught my eye. I looked at St. John's Episcopal Church, 1863. Then directly across the street, abutting this project property, was 33 Middle Street, which I noticed was 10 years older than St. John's Episcopal Church, 1853. Similar plaques are on the neighboring houses on Middle Street, all the way up to the Sargent Museum Place. Then I walked down Short Street to Main. I was instantly struck by the proximity of the proposed building to the stone wall, resembling a breakwater. No way heavy equipment would be able to really get in there and do major repairs to that wall. It's impossible with the proximity of this building to the wall as it's designed. My next and most frantic thought was about the height of the proposed living spaces relative to the Middle Street residences.
15 seconds, Damon.
Oh, okay. It will look like people upstairs will be looking in one window on Middle Street, and the people on Middle Street will be looking in the windows in this property. And it's 15 seconds. I'd better keep my.
You want to submit your comments?
Good evening, Tracy O'Neill, 12 Friend Street. First of all, I can't even believe we're talking about a retaining wall 8 inches away from a building. I'm not a builder, but I know retaining walls hold up property. That's beyond my comprehension. Excuse me. Anyway, at the Planning and Development meeting on November 6, 2024, at the 1 hour and 14-minute mark, Planning Director Greg Catamatori stated 3 things. 1, 71 Middle Street, the YMCA building, works out to be 97 units per acre. 206 Main Street, the old Cameron's building, works out to be 93 units per acre. 20 Main Street, if accepted, will be about 75 units per acre. That's per the planning director. That's 265 units within less than a half-mile radius. Please try to imagine that in your neighborhood. $265 units within a half-mile of your house. The very first step for this project is that the owner of the project avoided notifying the abutters, per the abutters, is what I was told. This project got approval from the Historical Committee, and this project got approval from the ZBA. What are we doing to our downtown? How can you, in all good conscience, vote yes? If this project is approved by you, the city council, you will be condemning the downtown residents and businesses to traffic jams, air pollution, and chaos. Not to mention no parking for consumers to purchase goods. Also, if you, the city council, vote for this, you will be adding fuel to the flames of the opposition to 3A multifamily zoning. You will no longer be able to say, don't worry, they can't build a multifamily housing complex next door to you because they don't have the setbacks. They don't have conforming lots, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You will no longer be able to say that. Please vote no on the 20 Main Street project.
Seconds, Tracy.
The Green Monster is 37 feet, 2 inches high. This building is 37 feet, 4 inches high, 2 inches higher than the Green Monster. Just because,
Wrap it up, Tracy.
yep, you got me. So 2 inches higher. I would also like to add that just because some of the buildings downtown are that tall or taller, doesn't mean that making another one just as tall is warranted here. It isn't, nor is it wanted by your constituents. Thank you.
Tracy.
Seems like it's worked. My name is Peter Johnson. I live in at 33 Middle Street. It's a butter to 20 Main Street. And I want to talk a little bit about this project and our position to it. First of all, during this process, I want to say we've been listening to everything that's been said. And I feel like I'm doing what I call it whack-a-mole kind of thing. There are statements coming out that are inaccurate or drag reality or the truth a little bit. And I try to, here, planning board, city council, see here, this is wrong. But then it pops up again and it pops up again. And I try again and again. So this time I kind of hope be listening and just, there's too many things that could go through. At least I'm going to just have a comment on the whole thing about height. You keep referring to 37 feet and 4 inches. Yes, that's for over average grade. Average grade is, however, about 5 feet or something above like street level. So the facade of this building is a little bit more than 42 feet. However, we keep addressing other buildings in downtown, and those are not the random buildings that the applicant has chosen. It's because those happen to be, those buildings are those that are taller or as tall or close to as tall as what they are proposing. And saying, here's a 37 feet, see, this building is 40 feet, see. But that is to compare orange with apples, because the building's facade, because of what they say when I say this building is 40, they talk about the facade height, and the facade height of this is 42. And there, most buildings in downtown are much lower than that. There's many one-story buildings. Even some of the taller buildings there are not as tall as these ones. Just have that straight. Also, this building's mass is, this is bigger than anything else that's downtown. They say, look here, it's the same. It's not the same. This is much bigger than anything else that's there. Its mass is bigger. This footprint is bigger than the Blackburn building. It's bigger than anything else that's down there right now of independent buildings. Yes, they're close to each other. It might be hard to distinguish between what's one building, what's building, but this is bigger than everything else. It has lot area per dwelling unit that overshadows anything else. Similar to that you compare it with Harbor Light, yes, that has a density that's about the same, 74 per acre. And
I'm sorry, I didn't give you a warning, but I'll give you 15 more seconds.
okay, so my point is these are all, but that one is all, what do you call it, affordable units. And I have this here with all the downtown buildings, and my speech here is good. I'd like to go through many more things. But it just, like this information is being put out there repeatedly. I just want to
I think we've received that from you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello. No, I don't, I'm fine. Hello, my name is Joanne Aiello. I live at 44 Middle Street, which is diagonally across from Peter and Salta's house and across the street from Lillian Palazzola's house. My family has been at 44 Middle Street for 82 years. 6 generations of my family have lived there. So I think we have some strong investment in the neighborhood. And that's what I want to talk about. I want to talk about how we can take the neighborhood and change it in what could be a dangerous way. That retaining wall you have heard people talk about, which will not be accessible for maintenance, is with the backyard where Salta and Peter's kids play. If they can't maintain the wall, and how strong will that wall be after they construct that building? What if they run into granite? You know, there's a lot of what they call ledge in Gloucester. And they have to blast. What effect will that have? Not only in the short term, but in the long term. And if Peter and Salta's kids are playing in the backyard and it fails, and those kids get hurt, or maybe their kids 20 years from now, will you say, oh, we should have thought that through a little bit better? I know that everybody has a right to build on the property they own, and I respect that. But I do not believe that we can take a chance with what should be a safety issue. Just think about it. Why can't they make this building 8 feet shorter? Why can't they reconstruct that wall, reinforce that wall? This is my main concern. But I'm also concerned about traffic. Somebody brought this up. We have many new places in Gloucester now in this area. The cut was built to accommodate 500 inhabitants, not inhabitants to live, but people.
20 seconds.
The Y 44 plus 22. And in this place, they say 24 places, that's 48, because you can have 2 cars per place. I think we should think this project through a little bit more carefully. Thank you.
Very much.
Does this work? Okay. Hi, my name is Lyanne Palazzola, and I live at 44 Middle Street. As a resident and member of the neighborhood, I'm against the proposal.
Hold the microphone a little closer.
I'm against the proposal development of 20 Main Street as is. While housing is important for our city, we must also remember that the Gloucester zoning ordinance is meant to protect the health, the safety, the quality of life of our community. The GZO helps make sure new developments fit in the character of our neighborhood and benefits the people that live here. The plan for 20 Main Street as it is proposed goes against these goals. Traffic is a big issue, I think, on Main Street. To add the 24 new apartments in the commercial space, the developer thinks it's perfect for young couples who might use the commuter rail, but everyone needs a car. We all know that. So I'm not buying that that's going to work out. And the developer plans to use Chisholm Court, which will require cars to make sharp turns into busy traffic on one of the narrowest streets of Main Street. This is dangerous. Main Street is already tight with parking on both sides, starting from like Brass Monkey to Tally's Corner is the worst part. And now you're adding this monster of a building to that place. Cities across the country are working to reduce car use and create space for people to walk. This 20 Main Street project goes against that direction. It'll add more cars, increase congestion, and make it harder for emergency vehicles like ambulance and snowplows to get through. The zoning ordinance is there to make sure the development happens in a way that is safe and convenient for everyone. This project goes against that.
Yeah, gonna have to get a karaoke machine. Yeah. Tony. Bring him closer.
Take 3.
How's it now? Okay. So I'm not against this development, but it has to work for everyone. The plan as is will have a negative effect on our community, and the benefits to the developer and the new residents will come at the expense of the people who live and work here. So I just want to ask you to reject the proposal as it stands. And I just want to bring up that wall. I just can't get over that wall and building only, 8 inches away. I don't think anyone wants a house built. I mean, you can raise your hand if you think that's going to work, but I don't think that'll work for anybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, works. Sultanat Berdikeva, 33 Middle Street. I would like to say what needs to be said. Housing of this extreme density is not needed at 20 Main Street or anywhere on Main Street. This proposed project is not a solution, it's a problem. It is a short-sighted plan that prioritizes developer profits over the well-being of our community, safety of our community, our history and infrastructure. I respectfully ask that you reject the special permit for 20 Main Street. In his email to me, Mayor Greg Verga wrote on October 5th, 2023, quote, "For full disclosure, I too am concerned about the scope of this project," unquote. This proposal is not only inappropriate, it's out of step with the city's own decisions and zoning regulations. Let's start with the facts. The proposed development crams more than 70 units per acre onto the small site. That's 5 times denser than what's allowed even in Gloucester's newly designated MBTA mandate zones, areas rezoned for higher density, which kept density at just 15 units per acre. This is an attempt to put a 10-pound stuffing into a 4-pound turkey, kind of a reference to the Thanksgiving that's coming up. Why are we even discussing a project so completely out of scale with what deemed appropriate for higher density zoning just this summer and fall. William Ramson of the Historic District Commission said about 20 Main Street on May 23rd, 2023, quote, "It gets down to why we even have the historic district. Your building will be fine basically anywhere, but do people come to Gloucester, to the historic district to see that or see something else? It doesn't feel to me it fits here," unquote. This project is a good idea. We are for housing, but this is the wrong location. There are better places for this kind of housing, locations with appropriate zoning and space. This is not one of them. Main Street is not a high-density residential corridor. It's a mixed-use area meant to balance commercial vitality with its unique historic neighborhood character. Zoning regulations exist to maintain consistency and preserve the character of our community. Our own city solicitor, Suzanne Egan, told the P&D committee last week on November 20th that consistency of land use is part of the neighborhood and social structure standard that the GZO that you will be voting on. This project is an egregious violation of consistency of use because this area is not zoned for purely residential unit. This project tries to disguise a high-density residential building as a mixed-use development. This is not really a mixed-use building. It's a massive apartment with a symbolic retail space, 1/9 of the building, according to the developer's representatives, and it is unfit for this neighborhood, for this commercial district. Tourists, artists, residents cherish the charm of our small-scale historic district. A massive 4-story building in this location is not just out of place, it's an assault on our unique character that makes Gloucester special. Please vote to reject this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Before I take the mic, I want to say to you all what I've said to you before. This is a danger. This needs to be stabilized. I'm talking to them.
Our podium, excuse me, our podium has been purloined for another use, so that's not our permanent podium.
Well, all I know is it's dangerous. You get people here with
Thank you.
canes, elderly
Yep.
people.
Thank you.
It's a problem. This is ridiculous.
Couldn't agree more.
Hey, am I on? Okay, Beverly Palmacci, 8 Commonwealth Avenue. I understand the developer, Mr. Gatneri, applied for several variances based on hardship. The hardship being the huge building he wants to build but cannot fit on the odd-shaped lot. Clearly, he understood the constraints of the lot when he purchased it. Why would any variance be given on that basis? The chairman of the ZBA repeatedly says the city needs housing, so is that a reason to not adhere to zoning requirements? A more accurate mantra would be Gloucester needs affordable housing. Gloucester instituted zoning back in the 50s, the purpose of which is to prevent incompatible land uses being placed next to each other, to protect the quality of life within a neighborhood and to help conserve environment. In this case of 20 Main Street, which is zoned commercial, the developer has proposed a too large residential building with one commercial space on the street level. Nowhere in the district, other than the building across the street, has such a building been built. And even that one does not run from the street to the very back of the lot. Yet I believe the developer claims that building that he built sets a precedent for 20 Main Street. The city's first consideration should be to protect the residents, which the proposed building will affect. There's no reason not to respect required setbacks, particularly as the building is so large, it will block light and any kind of view up to 2 floors of the abutting building. As view so greatly affects the human psyche as well as property values, how would this not affect abutters? These issues should be paramount. I can say that my 2-family house, the 2nd floor apartment, the first thing everybody says they love is the view. View is important, trust me. Some of the supposed abutters said to be in favor of the development are the developer's tenants at the Lorraine Building, a block and a half away from Middle Street. I mean, on Middle Street, but a block and a half away from this proposed building. Considering the developer's history of previous disregard of zoning regulations at the original Lorraine that resulted in the death of one tenant and displaced many others, made them homeless, there is that much reason to insist this project follow all regulations regarding setbacks. We are all aware that Gloucester is experiencing an affordable housing crisis. Adding 20
seconds.
one-bedroom units with a den will surely rent for excess of $3,000 a month, as do the comparable units at the Halyard. Halyard will not have an impact, this will not have an impact on lessening our crisis despite the 4 units offered as affordable. How many Gloucester residents can afford rents up to and beyond $3,000?
Thank you very much. Please don't shut it off or anything. Please don't shut it off. That's what I think has been part of the problem.
Hello? Still working. All right.
Told you ours was hijacked. No, we need ours back. All right. She'll be the one. Okay. Anyone else in the room? Speak in opposition. Anyone online? Okay, we have Linda McCarriston. McCarriston? McCarriston. Sorry, Linda. You are muted. Very
Am I
good.
unmuted?
You're good. Go.
Okay. This has been a great meeting.
Name and address.
I'm sorry, my name's Linda McCarrison. I live at 16 Quarry Street. And this has been an amazing meeting, actually. I think it speaks well for the city. The wall that we're talking about is, we're talking a lot about, clearly, no one knows what's going to become of it in the future. And that's one of the main problems, one of the great uncertainties and possible dangers here. The wall is also going to be subjected to the building now, which is going to be very, very close to it, 8 inches at its closest, and then widening out a little bit. But it's a wall that is used to being exposed to circulating air and light is really going to become a dark and probably damper. It's going to become a different environment. And, you know, we say, well, we really don't know, but we think probably it's going to be fine. It'll be stable. And if anything happens, we can fix it because we can get a crane in here. I don't think we should be counting on the crane, actually. And I think that we are going to be doing something to the wall that hasn't been done before, and we have no idea what the consequences of that will be. People have spoken eloquently about Salta and Peter and their home and children, and about the fact that we have gotten to the point in terms of our zoning ordinances where we are tending to permit things that were the exceptions to the rule previously, that we're using various things that have had variances or special permits, extraordinarily big or extraordinarily large, whatever, and saying, well, there are 2 or 3 of those around. We can start building those. We can start building anything on stilts, for instance. That was one of them that was going around for a while. And so I do
20
believe,
seconds, Linda.
thank you, that keeping the air, light, and view of the whole neighborhood is going to be the safest thing for the entire neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Valerie Nelson.
Thank you. Valerie Nelson, 7 Sunset Point Road, which is obviously, for many you know, is out in Lanesville. So I want to say first off that I very much respect the centrality of what the neighborhood thinks about that. I have some affiliation with Main Street, our historic downtown. The look of it, the feel of it, the traffic on it. I certainly have memories of, and have supported Janice DeLuto's work, that downtowns benefit from a mixture of business and residence on maybe the second floor, maybe the third floor, and all that blending together. So it's important to me, former ward counselor as I was, what the neighborhood perceptions are of this and their views of whether this is a building that is compatible with the history and other factors of what makes their neighborhood in particular so important. But I would say, by way of just reflections, the sheer bulk or mass, as it's been called, of this building is really astounding. And I know even in Lanesville, I came to learn it's not just a height calculation, it's the square footage of the building, and then the bulk emerges, and you know, some houses achieve a massive bulk. Looking at what this building is going to be, it's surely a bigger mass than other buildings on Main Street that might have a height. And I think the location of this massive building is not appropriate. The other thing is just kind of a reaction. Again, I'm not a neighbor, but the proximity of this very large building to that retaining wall just doesn't make sense. You know, if there's an emergency, a fire, you can't get vehicles in that 8-inch space and up to a couple feet. If there's a fire, safety issues, never mind the question of the stability of that retaining wall, which has historically had problems, and how could you possibly repair it? So I hope you will oppose this.
15 seconds.
In the interest of the neighborhood views, they should call this, but it's the sheer massive bulk that stands out to me. Main Street's important to me as well. And it just doesn't make sense, the proximity to the retaining wall. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you, Valerie.
This election basically made it clear that you were going to be cemetery as well as you.
Brenda M. You're muted, Brenda.
How do hi, can you hear me?
Yep. Name and address for the record.
Brenda Malloy, 43 Rocky Neck Ave. I just want to say if I was the neighbor that has the retaining wall, I would absolutely be losing my mind. And I ask each of the counselors to consider if that was your home behind this building, which is quite a monstrosity. It's far bigger than both of the buildings that make up the Blackburn building on the corner. It looks like it's about 30 to 40% bigger than that building, which itself is quite large. I know we need housing, but I think that to give the developer the zoning relief and the setbacks in the rear is just, I think it's inconsiderate. I think it's crazy. And I think it sets a really bad precedent. I think the building that contains drift is probably one of the uglier buildings in the city. I think if this building is able to be built in its current iteration, it's going to set a precedent for things going forward. And I think that that is something to be considered. Thank you.
Yep. Marianne?
Hi, Marianne Albert Boucher, 93 Mount Pleasant Avenue. I really wasn't going to speak tonight, but I feel like I have to. And I just want to say, with all due respect to the developer, just because a developer can make it fit doesn't mean that it's a good fit. I would suggest that the developer compromises, as the neighbors surely will be compromising with this massive development. Again, as everyone has stated, that retaining wall, I can't imagine, I don't think any of us, and the majority of you sitting on that council, in the council, any of you would just sit back and let somebody build a building of that size, that close to your property, whether it's a $100,000 piece of property or a $3 million piece of property, you would most likely feel the same. And this is no disrespect to the developer. I would just ask him to go back to the table and try to make a plan that properly fits that area, that is acceptable to everyone. If we're truly going to be neighbors in the city, that's the things that we should be doing. Compromise so that everybody is in agreement. And I know that's a hard thing to do, but maybe those are the things that we should be doing. Thank you.
Yep. Hey. No one else is online. We're gonna, we're gonna open it to questions from the counselors. Rebuttal will be next. Oh, you're right, rebuttal, sorry. 3-minute rebuttal. Proponents go first, opponents go second. Thank you, Council Ward.
Thank you very much again. For the record, Deborah Ellison. You've heard a lot of these things before, and a few things I just want to mention is your decision cannot be based on speculation or conjecture. There's been a lot of discussion about this retaining wall. The only evidence you have before you as to the structure and its integrity is from a professional engineer who has examined the wall twice and has indicated to you that it is sound. And that has been confirmed by Weston and Sampson, the third-party reviewer, that this building will operate independent of the wall and will not have an impact on the wall. And lastly, we have provided you with 2 sketches tonight to scale that show that the appropriate construction equipment can in fact get in and maintain the wall. And there is no longer a wall that is 8 inches from the retaining wall. It is a chain link that is removable, as well as removable stairs. So that the wall can be maintained, and that's the credible evidence that you have in front of you. With regard to traffic, you have a traffic report from an expert, which has been peer reviewed. And that peer review has indicated there will be minimal, if any, impact by traffic. You also have decisions from the Zoning Board and the Historic District Commission. Those decisions stand, and those issues are not in front of this council. There have also been some very disparaging remarks made with regard to the Lorraine building and the Gattineri's involvement with that building. And with me tonight is Attorney McCormick, who represents the Gattineri's generally with regard to their business enterprises. So I'd like him to address that. I think it's important that that be addressed directly.
Only has a little bit over a minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Sean McCormick of Davis Mallman DeAugustine, 1 Boston Place. I am counsel to 20 Main, but also the Gattineri family for some time now. And I wanted to be laser focused on the Lorraine building fire. This is a family business that has, and I sort of did some back of the envelope math. We're talking about over 130 residential units, 250,000 square feet of residential office and commercial space under their management. So, I think it's inaccurate and even a little cynical to suggest that one sort of tragic incident 17 years ago should have a bearing on the city council's decision-making tonight. And then I just, the situation is clearly not analogous. The new building is going to be compliant with modern fire standards. And there's no nexus to relate the 17 years ago fire in an old building to anything that the city council has to consider tonight.
Wrap it up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello again, Michael Walsh, in rebuttal for the neighbors. I was asked to point out a couple of quick things. The first is that when we had that lengthy P&D meeting last week on Thursday, Attorney Elias and I read the independent third-party report differently, and the way we read it, there's a legitimate question as to whether the review even looked at the wall. It said it wasn't within the scope, and so they didn't touch it because someone else looked at it. So there isn't really a clear check here on the wall. I was also asked to make an issue of the traffic, and you have an expert in front of you, but unfortunately, sometimes expertise has to take a back seat to common sense. The neighbors that are here are the ones who live it. They breathe it. They see the traffic every day. They see the traffic incidents, and we ask you to accord them some weight as well. And lastly, in terms of laser focus that my brother mentioned earlier, we can't look to the past, and if we look too far to the future, that's speculation. So the only thing in front of you now is a strict legal question. Each of those relief have several elements to prove whether or not they're entitled to ask you and whether you find for them. And those elements are extensive. They're focused on the welfare of the neighborhood and the citizens of Gloucester. And as you heard tonight from several, they don't think this is in their best interests. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Do we have any communications?
We received communications from the following individuals: Sultanat Berdikiva, Beverly Palmachi. These were in opposition: Sultanat Berdikiva, Beverly Palmachi, Paul Goldberg, Joni Aldrich, Rosalind Gold, Paul Goldberg, Joe Burns, Michelle Abraham, Pippi Gelano, Susan Muse, Tracy O'Neill, Denise Piscucci, Attorney Michael Walsh, Joanne Aiello, Patty Amaral, Pam Steele, and Sultanat Berdikiva also provided a petition from 2023 opposing this project that contained 196 signatures. In favor, we received communications from Peter Scalaro, Director of Property Services for Action for Boston Community Development. Gattineri is landlord. Dana F. Brown, Vice President for Malden Overcoming Addiction. Gattineri is landlord of that building. Lynn A. Leonard, CEO of High Expectations. MDJ Realty is landlord, and a communication from Representative Paul J. Donato, 35th Middlesex District.
Thank you. Next, I guess now is questions from the councilors. I guess we'll start with the roll call. Councilor Grace.
I'm going to go on the second round.
I'm going to, Councilor Grow, you're next. I'm going to wait to the end.
Most of my questions, frankly, have been asked and answered at the P&D meeting.
Okay.
But I do have a couple.
3 minutes per round.
Right. Attorney Ellison, which one of the special counsel permits are we looking at that contains conditions about the wall itself as part of the permit process?
That would, I believe it could come under the major project as well. It was, most of them were conditions from the planning board, but it could also be with regard to the multifamily purpose.
Could you elaborate a little bit more on the 8 inches of the wall? Because that seems to have been brought up a number of times tonight.
Mhm.
And I would like to have some clarification on what that means.
I think it's important to note that the building itself is actually between 6 feet and 11 feet away from the retaining wall. There is a point where the retaining wall juts out, and the stairway leading from the upper floor to the garage is is 8 inches from that jut out for 8 feet. But the remainder of the building is way beyond, is between 6 and 11 feet. And in order to make it absolutely clear that there was an ability to get to that retaining wall, there has been a chain link fence put in there. So there's no wall directly against the retaining wall for the stairway. It's actually going to be open, and the stairs will be removable. So the forklift that I showed you in the sketch is able to get in that area and actually raise up, come down, do whatever work it needs to do as far as repairs in that area. So the 8 inches is really, at this point, irrelevant, because the equipment can get in there and do whatever needs to be done to look at everything and fix it if need be.
Can I ask Greg Cadamatore a quick question? Greg, are you on?
I am.
Greg, you've dealt with zoning issues before, yeah?
Oh, just a few.
Okay, Greg Cadamatore is our planning director. Attorney Walsh in his presentation brought up the issue of housing or residential uses not being allowed in the central business because our forefathers 70 years ago decided that that was not an allowed use. But can you explain the mechanism we have in the zoning ordinance? We have, yes, you can do something, no, you can't do it. And you have 5 special permit categories. What's the purpose of those categories?
So we certainly have uses in the central business district, which this project is proposed in, that are allowed as of right. They are more business related uses like retail uses, commercial uses. Those would only require a building permit, provided that they comply with the dimensional requirements and any other standards in the zoning ordinance. Then we have actually 3 different special permit granting authorities: the planning board, the zoning board, and the city council. And for most residential uses, we do classify, which was correctly identified, hotel as a residential use. All others within the central business district require some form of a special permit, some potentially with the zoning board, and then pretty much all others are with the city council. And those special permits are conditional uses. They are not prohibited. They have additional standard. In this case, because of the number of units that are being proposed, it also surpasses the threshold of also requiring a major project special permit. So the city council has several thresholds where there's indicated by a CC, which has a lesser standard applied, and then a CCS, which is kind of the a next level of standard that's applied, and then you have the ultimate, the major project, which is anything that is greater than 11 units or 21 bedrooms. So again, it's the district itself is described as being a mix of commercial, retail, and residential uses. They have been identified as something that's reviewed a little bit more carefully with a special permit rather than just the pursuit of a building permit.
So it's safe to say, without divining, trying to get into the mind of the folks who wrote the original zoning ordinances, that they weren't saying we don't want residential uses down here. We would allow them with a stricter set of circumstances and review process.
I think that's accurate.
Thank you very much.
Councilor Majota,
I'm going to skip to the second round as well.
Councilor Memard. Counselor Worthley, or Counselor Nolan, sorry.
Not at this time. I've had almost all my questions have been answered through the preceding meetings.
Counselor Worthley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief on these questions. There was a question about what it would cost for someone who rents from these buildings. Do you have an estimate of what the expectation is on the affordable units, on the AM, on the 60%, the 80%, and the other units?
I'll have to consult with my client. I don't know whether we have that information.
Even rough estimates would be fine with me.
We don't have the analysis, and a lot will depend on the economics. So it'll depend on where things stand as to whether or not we are still in the situation we are in this city where there are very few apartments available. It'll all depend on that.
There's a question about, well, actually, I'm not going to ask that question. I have great empathy for our homelessness, our homeless population. It's safe to say that this is not going to be for homeless people.
No, this is going to be an apartment like any other apartment situation. But obviously, the city council doesn't dictate what sort of uses unless there is a requirement that it come to you or to another board.
And is the requirement tonight mainly the change of use? Is that what's really before us mainly, and the height? Those are the two.
Well, it's the change of use, it's the height, and then it's also the open space component and the major project.
If the council were to vote against this, do you have other plans, or would you rather it be withdrawn without prejudice? I have no idea how the council is going to vote, but if that were the case.
I don't think that's something that we can answer. This is a project that has been vetted over the past 2 years. There's been one appeal that has been settled. So my client is certainly committed to this project and believes that will be a benefit to the city. And we're not at this time asking to withdraw.
If the council were to vote no, would you have wished we? Is that too speculative?
I think that's a bit speculative. I think that the council needs to be certain that it adheres to the standards. And I think this council was given direction by the court in the 116 East Main Street when it said that you have to adhere to your standards, and whether or not a project is popular or unpopular is not what's before you.
Thank you. Good.
No, Counselor Benson?
I have no questions.
No questions. I guess I have a couple. Counselor Gilman, so sorry.
How can we forget you?
Remember my name tonight, so that's good. Thank you. My question, once again, is about the retaining wall. And I know that you've put some conditions in. I was wondering if you could just elaborate a little bit more on that.
Speak into the microphone, please.
Sorry. I was wondering if you could elaborate a little bit more on the conditions that have been put in place relative to the retaining wall.
They're our
Right,
conditions.
Our conditions, right, but I'm asking.
There were.
You agreed to this, and I'd like to just be able to have you speak to this.
There were certain conditions that were recommended by the planning board, and then at the P&D meeting, there were additional conditions added. And with regard to the retaining wall, we were required before the building permit to go in and do another survey of the wall and its condition. And there needed to be, I believe, a letter from the structural engineer indicating what its condition is. And then at the end of construction, there would also be a similar letter and a similar examination of the wall. And the further condition from P&D was that every 3 years, there would be, again, an inspection of the wall and a report filed with the building department.
And whose responsibility is it to fix the wall if something happens to the wall?
We've been very clear that the applicant owns the wall, and it is the applicant's responsibility to fix the wall if there is any damage or repairs required.
Thank you.
I have a couple of questions for Attorney Walsh.
Yes, sir.
I know you said you didn't want to discuss previous court cases, but in the 1942 case that was ruled in favor of the upland abutter, it was stated that the owner of, whoever the owner is in perpetuity, is responsible for maintaining that wall. Is that not correct?
Yes, that's in line with common law torts about the tort of adjacent lateral support. They teach it in law school.
So in your opinion, there's no question on who is responsible for that wall?
The owner of 20 Main Street is definitively responsible for that wall. No questions asked.
Thank you very much. Also, in one of your slides, the height relief slide, you said that buildings more than 35 feet are not allowed. Is that your contention? Because in the zoning code, it says buildings in heights in excess of 35 feet may be authorized by special permit issued by the city council. So which is it? May they be issued or are they not allowed?
This council, I would tell you that there's a rule against it, but you have the right to give exceptions, but that's a rhetorical semantics.
It's kind of written here in our code. I don't, it's rhetorical.
The rule says that you cannot build except in accordance with the existing text. And then it goes on in 3.16 to have two categories. One is for buildings that are 30 feet or less, and the other is for 35 feet or more.
35 feet or less. 30 feet is allowed.
30 feet is allowed.
35
feet is subject to
less
this council special permit.
ZBA.
Yes.
Of 35 feet is city council.
So without your permission, it can't be built.
Right, but you said in here that they're not allowed, citing 3.1.6.
Because you are being asked to grant by special permit to grant an exception to a standing rule.
Right, but that means it's allowed, correct?
It means that you may allow it. You can grant
Correct.
exception to a standing rule.
So your statement in that slide, though, says that it may not be allowed, referring to that section.
It's not allowed unless you say it's okay.
So it is allowed.
No, not as a general purpose.
Is it
You
a-
have to say yes.
So obviously that means, yes, it can.
There's a general rule and you have the permission to give exceptions.
Correct. Thank you very much. One more. And this is in the undermining the zoning. Let's see. Just trying to clarify.
Nope, understood.
Your slides and what we are charged with doing. That's all.
A hard task indeed.
I'll come back to it if we have more questions. Trying to think of where I saw it. I just wrote down the slide number. Okay, thank you. Yep. Councilor Grace. Hey, Councilor Grow.
Can I have, actually, I'm going to have Greg Cadamatori again, if I could.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Late night tonight. I have to get a day off tomorrow. Can you explain what could go in that property currently as a matter of right in terms of commercial usage and height and setbacks?
Without digging out my ordinance, I'm pretty sure various size that we have several classifications of office building use, banks, restaurants. We have a catch-all category if we haven't identified it and it falls into a business or commercial use, also allowed philanthropic institutions, religious institutions. So there's a number of a broad class of different types of uses that are very often in a downtown environment that are allowed, again, as long as they meet the setback requirements, parking requirements, other sections of the zoning ordinance. And it's really, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I was going to ask you, what sort of setback requirements are there for commercial use in that property and parking requirements?
Parking requirements, I'll take that first, are really dependent by use and also potentially to their proximity to other potentially city parking. So we have a kind of an allowance for, we have a certain amount of retail and commercial space in the area. We have a certain amount of parking that supports that, and those uses are considered as they change. And we kind of have a respect for things. We locked in time in around 1990. And again, so that's something to be considered if there's an expansion of a commercial use. Otherwise, the downtown parking network, on-street parking, and municipal lots are something that supports that. Setbacks, again, there's similar setback requirements. I'd have to go through them specifically, but they are fairly forgiving in the downtown environment as well.
Is it safe to say that there are uses that could allow fairly close to setback building, and then up to 30 feet by height with nothing much more than a building permit?
We do have, yes, I would say that's a general statement. Again, there's a lot of nuance to our ordinance. We do kind of, in some instances, require additional setback relating to height, particularly with our residential uses. We do have a number of standards that are in place. I'm not sure that in my tenure here that there's been a component of a project in the downtown environment that hasn't needed some sort of relief, because as it was stated by Attorney Walsh, we've been around for a while. We have a development pattern that's developed over centuries, and that's something that perhaps this council should really think about, as we've had a number of projects more recently that have come up against some of these standards. And it's a really good question of whether or not some of these numbers that are relied on and looked at and very often relieved by the zoning board, if there's a pattern of doing so, then there may be an issue with the standard itself.
Finally, the last question I have for you is this, if this permit were to be denied, would it be possible in your viewpoint that this could come back as a 40B project subject to less local municipal oversight?
Well, as has been pointed out, there's been a fairly lengthy discussion with this proposed application over a 2-year period that had review by nearly every permitting board we have. In a 40B process that is consolidated with one board, you all become advisors. If you had any jurisdiction with what's being proposed, could potentially be strictly a housing proposal. Not require, they have the ability to ask for waiver from the ordinance. We are not at our 10% requirement. So applicants are eligible right now to apply to the zoning board for 40B applications.
So in this instance, we have a bit more control over the actual execution of what this project is going to be.
You do have all the standards of the zoning ordinance to be applied in the case of a comprehensive permit. A developer can basically go through and ask for waiver with the overwhelming, kind of the overarching need for housing kind of oftentimes will trump our local zoning.
Thanks very much for your help.
Councilman Majota.
Greg, you still there?
I am.
Perfect. Main Street is a business/residential for permits. Is that correct? So for example,
we do provide a number of different types of uses in as I've mentioned, business, commercial, and residential use all in the same district.
For example, this particular building, I'm not sure who said it. Could this be built anywhere in Gloucester, like any regular street that is non-business, just residential? That was sort of commented that if we were to vote for this, that we would not sort of be in support of something. So could this just be built in any residential area, this size building?
No, there are standards, additional standards in each of the residential districts. They have different dimensional requirements that, again, would probably, certainly create a fair amount of limitation. We don't have too many districts that we allow mixed use in. I think I was quoted at one point when I was asked of what the density of projects were more recently permitted, and I provided some different examples. I think if I'm remembering the comment that you're responding to, I think the case that we were making in a past effort recently, the densities that we were talking about were 15 units per acre. You know, these projects are obviously far denser than that in the downtown area. So it's a stark contrast with what's being proposed versus what we were working on in those other efforts, which again is what much of the downtown is at that type of density now.
Thank you. Just one more question, just for, I'm sorry, I totally forgot your name non-intentionally. Can I have the attorney, please?
Walsh.
No, not Miss.
Oh,
not Miss
Deb
Walsh.
Ellison.
Yes.
Yes.
I wrote this down just for clarification. There's been a lot of talk about the wall. The actual building itself, you said that's going to be between 6 to 11 feet away from the wall.
Yes, because the parking garage extends past the building, and the stairway also comes down, extending past the building where the jut out is.
So based on 6 to 11 feet, could Mr. Walsh potentially fit through that 6 to 11 foot space?
I don't think I should comment on that.
Well, to me, that he could not fit through.
But I can tell you that the forklift can fit everywhere along that wall. It can access every part of the wall, even the part that is where the chain link fence is only 8 inches from the wall. So the forklift, which is perhaps larger than a man, I would expect, can fit there. And you have a sketch that's drawn to scale to indicate that.
Okay, and the building height that
Go ahead.
is, the height they're asking for is 37 feet, correct?
37 feet, 4 inches above the average existing grade, which is how we measure height under the zoning ordinance.
Thank you. Could I follow up with Greg?
Time.
Perfect. Hi, Greg.
Yep.
What is the average height per house?
I'm not sure I can answer that question.
Well, I mean, I'm downtown Main Street or building. Do you have that
So
answer?
there, and again, I think when the discussion was had at the first P&D meeting on this application, there was some discussion about height. Attorney Eliason had presented a number of different buildings. We don't have a calculation of the exact average height. You know, there are many buildings that have multiple facades. So, you know, we have a certain number or ways of calculating height based on air photo interpretation. And I think in that meeting, I had just kind of cited off that there are a number of buildings that are within that kind of 40 to 45 foot range, but there's also exceptions that are taller. The two most recent projects that were also described because of their density or number of units per acre were in that 45 foot height range. That was also the height 2.5 years ago that was recommended to be as of right in the central business district by the planning board. So I think that's one of the things that sometimes folks think about is stories. In the downtown, we have a number of buildings that have a first floor height that's higher than the floors above it. So that 45 is something that would provide for the flexibility of a 3 to 4 story building.
Thank you.
Counselor Nolan. Nope. Counselor Worthley. Counselor Gilman.
This
Or
is
Counselor
just,
Benson.
Oh.
Okay.
this is just a quick question for Attorney Walsh, if you don't mind. In your slides, the slide after the project is a detriment. Is that, 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 the first bullet says the new structure aside from its small storefront will be on stilts. The second bullet was the first floor is a garage with pylons and staircases. The third bullet says on top will site a 3 to 4 story building with HVAC on top. I assume that that was a typo and that you meant to say a 3-story building on top. Is that correct?
I was also trying to recognize that the developer had made a concession.
You have to use the microphone for the record.
Yes, that is what the slide says. It was an attempt to recognize the concession the developer made by taking off the top floor.
Okay, but to clarify, it's.
The existing
the
proposal is the 3.
existing.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Michael, if you could stay there, please.
Certainly.
When you were when you were talking, during your narrative, you stated that we have a narrow legal inquiry is our, what we have right before us is actually very narrow.
Yes, sir. I'm afraid so. 4 very specific tests.
And you were not questioning the traffic study, I assume, because you said 24 cars are not likely to make an impact. That's a direct.
That was my argument. One of the other neighbors had taken a different line and asked me to represent that in rebuttal. But yes, in my original comments, I did not challenge the traffic study.
And again, you also said that tonight you said that 24 cars will not likely.
In a city of 25 to 30,000, no, sir, I'm afraid not.
Right. Yeah. I just wanted to make sure that. Thank you.
Question this time.
Councilor Grace.
This question is actually for the architect. One of the overwhelming comments made tonight by just about everybody was the scale of this building and the aesthetics of this building. Is there anything that can be done at this point, at this stage of the game architecturally, that could alter the facade of that building to make it more in keeping with the other historic buildings? A lot of the buildings that you reference and that you showed pictures to, they have significant architectural detail. They have charm that is a part of our downtown area. Is there anything that you could do at this point to alter what the outside of that building looks like?
Yeah, Dan DeLulo, it's Crystal Street in Melrose. We can't do anything at this point without going back to the Historic District Commission and the Planning Board. The Historic District Commission was mostly concerned with exterior materials, the repetition of windows on the front facades that are similar to most of the other 2- and 3-story buildings down the street and on the Blackburn, the corner, and keeping the larger openings on the side of the building where they're visible coming up and down the street, but not from the street itself. What the district commission was concerned with was the granite storefronts, the look of the storefronts, and the window patterns and the brick on the face of the building. But anything we do beyond that, we're back at the Historic District Commission.
If you had to go back to the Historic Commission for something, would that stall this project completely, or would it just kind of backtrack it a few weeks?
I can't answer that. I'd have to talk to my client.
I think that we have to recognize that the Historic District Commission, who has the expertise in this area, made a decision. If we had to go back to the Historic District Commission, then yes, it does stall the project. It puts us in a potential another appeal situation, which could always obviously delay everything even further. So it would be a detriment to the project to do that.
I have just a quick question for the architect. I'm sorry. So when you say brick veneer, that is a full-size brick, correct?
It's a full-size brick, but the brick itself is only half an inch thick.
Oh, it is?
It's a brick veneer, but it's a
Veneer, it's not like a Blackburn building next door has a brick veneer, but it's full brick. It's probably not structural.
it's full brick. These are actually real bricks, but they're half an inch thick.
Okay,
Applied to the face.
thank you. I was mistaken in my assumption on that. Are we out of questions? Public hearing is closed. Public hearing is closed. We will have the committee report.
We have a 5-minute break.
Was an
Yeah,
answer.
5-minute recess.
Yeah. So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Counselor Groves, seconded by Counselor Majoita. All those in favor?
Aye. 5 minutes. Yeah, that was a great question. Wish we had architectural review. We could make it. Problem, of course, is it's a really advice.
I'd co-sign an ordinance with you on that.
Say?
I'd co-sign an ordinance with you on that, a proposed ordinance change to give design review.
Well, I really want to take a look at other communities that have architectural review. It can get very,
I see.
very sticky.
I wouldn't want the council to be doing it, though. I'd
No,
rather the
you
planning
want-
board.
You want an architectural
Right,
review board of
expertise.
architects and designers. You don't want a
Yeah.
bunch of schlubs like us. Full block, those residential units, 4-story. They're opposed to 100. Oh, I haven't seen. Yeah, I guess.
It's not a very, no, it's different. This is a huge residential development. It doesn't relate to the DA, so let me back. I don't really go, there isn't much going on. Let me say it that way. No, that's not it. They have actually vitalized it.
We got to get a microphone. To get our podium.
Pencil out.
I'd like to say that. No, that really is like a lot. Gloucester does and San I'm over at 12,030. Yeah, 12,000. Well, usually when I take calls, so if you're talking to me, I'm walking.
Did you see in my There's 20 bags. Well, no.
I'm taking the drive to Connecticut from my mother, my 94.
Every progress of and today I bagged the 20 bags of eggs just so
I think I should get it.
Somewhere. Years ago.
I'll share it when
But also, showed where you bag.
I just kept breaking it. And if I keep this garment close,
Really sort tomorrow. Really sort Your brother gave me these a month ago, remember? I gave you to give to me, remember? I haven't been feeling well. I hadn't eaten funny stuff in 3 days. I was just like, I'm not, no symptoms except for the diet. Could be.
very stressed out about this.
Very nice. He's like,
And I'm
you guys
very
have a choice.
comfortable.
Yeah, we're doing a cornbread stuffing, fondue sausage.
Better than the last.
Some cornbread fondue
Especially
sausage.
this- the 4 to 4 at that point.
Stuff. I'm glad to hear that oyster. Yeah, that is the best. Those are the two stuffings. One, I don't know what to do because my sister-in-law brings it, and then the other is stove top. Yeah. Hey, sandwich, smother everything with gravy. I ain't doing wet or dry. I'm doing the. What do you do? Oh, yeah. Wet or dry dish? We're doing chicken thigh.
Dry.
Dry for me.
Yeah, you tell the.
Have you grinding it now or? Nice.
Fine.
You said you took business too. I would be when I was a kid. Yeah.
Hasn't changed.
It hasn't. There's a tree. Those trailers. Right. There's a tree in the middle of the roundabout. Yeah, I was like a token kid. Yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
Because my kids are in 8th grade,
Oh,
10th
nice.
grade, so I know if they're in the same.
Oh, yeah.
Past elementary.
Usually I'm ready. Oh, I appreciate it. This is my first time here. It's very fascinating. And like, this is like this is the main event, the one to come to.
Yeah, I would ask what, aside from maybe reading the paper.
Yeah.
You know, good testimonies like that.
By reading, you guys talking.
I think so, unless it was past.
Provo Reed.
Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. President. On a motion of myself, seconded by Councilor Gilman, the Planning and Development Committee voted 2 in favor, 1 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve Special Council Permit 2024-003 Main Street Number 20, based on the city departmental reports, the Weston and Sampson Engineering Peer Review Report, the Traffic Impact Assessment Report, the revised project plans dated 10/15/2024, the October 25th, 2024 Planning Board recommendation, the January 12th, 2023 variances granted by the Zoning Board of Appeals, the July 25th, 2023 Historic District Commission Certificate of Appropriateness, and the testimony and documents submitted at the Planning and Development P&D Committee meetings. The P&D Committee finds that 20 Main Street LLC's application for a 24-unit residential mixed-use development located at 20 Main Street, Assessors Map 7, Lot 94, satisfies the criteria set forth in Section 1.8.3 to the extent that it, 1, will be in harmony with the general purpose and intent of the ordinance, 2, will not adversely affect the neighborhood, the zoning district, or the city to such an extent as to outweigh the beneficial effects of said uses, and 3, meets the criteria necessary for the granting of a special permit, that being A, the social, economic, and community needs that will be served by the proposed uses, B, traffic flow and safety, C, adequacy of utilities and other public services, D, neighborhood character and social structure, E, qualities of the natural environment, F, potential fiscal impact, and G, vulnerability to flooding and flood damage, taking into consideration projections for sea level rise. And the requested major project special permit also meets the criteria set forth in GZO Section 5.7.5A through E, and therefore the P&D subcommittee recommends that the council, 1, grant special permits pursuant to sections 1.8.3, 2.3.18, and 5.75 to allow a new multifamily building with 7 or more units and a major project with 11 or more dwelling units on the site located at 20 Main Street, subject to the following conditions. Settle in, folks, it's a long read. 1, prior to the commencement of any site work, the applicant shall provide evidence that it has a binding agreement with the city for the payment of the cost of acquiring and planting 2 street trees. Prior to applying for a building permit, the following conditions apply. 2, the applicant shall have a structural engineer complete a pre-construction survey of the retaining wall in the rear of the property. The applicant's structural engineer shall monitor the wall for subsidence or movement and submit stamped written confirmation that the wall is sound prior to the issuance of an occupancy permit. 3, the applicant shall fund a third-party building code compliance review of the construction plans and a fire code review of the same plans. 4, the applicant shall comply with Section 5.11 of the inclusionary housing requirements by providing 3 units affordable for individuals earning 60% average median income and 1 unit at 80% average median income as determined by HUD, Housing and Urban Development, on site within the multifamily development And further, that these units, whether for rent, lease, or purchase, shall remain subject to the affordable requirements in perpetuity. 5, as required by Section 5.11, inclusionary zoning requirement, prior to applying for a building permit, the applicant shall submit the following to the Community Development Department. A, the Planning Department's project information sheet, along with documentation that the proposed sale price or rent of the affordable units are consistent, the applicable subsidized housing inventory income limits at 60% and 80% respectively as required in Section 5.11. B, the proposed affordable housing restriction for each affordable unit. C, if the units are to be offered for homeownership units, a condominium master deed. D, the proposed affirmative fair housing marketing plan for the affordable units. E, written verification from the Community Development Department that all requirements have been met shall be submitted along with the building permit application. 6, the affordable housing units shall be provided in proportion to market rate units consistent with the following schedule. Building permits for market rate units versus building permits for affordable housing units. At up to 30%, none required. At 30% to 50%, at least 10%. Over 50% to 75%, at least 40%. Over 75% to 89%, at least 70%. And at 90% of building permits for market rate units, 100% will be provided for the building permits for affordable housing units. Number 7, the affordable units shall have the same construction methods and physical characteristics as and be intermingled with other units in the development. Prior to applying for a certificate of occupancy, the following conditions will apply. 8, the affordable housing restriction for each affordable unit shall be executed and recorded with the Essex Registry of Deeds. 9, as-built plans detailing all utilities shall be submitted to and approved by the Building Department and the Department of Public Works for review of consistency with the permit plans. 10, the applicant shall replace the fence on the property line between the site and 33 Middle Street, and all plantings shall be completed, specifically the landscaping and buffering plan on the property line between site and 33 Middle Street, subject to the permission of the property owner of 33 Middle Street. 11, the applicant shall pay for the curb-to-curb restoration of the pavement, including grind and inlay of new pavement and restoration of the sidewalk along its frontage on Main Street. 12, the landscape plan shall be fully planted and maintained. 13, every 3 years after the occupancy permit is issued, the applicant owner of the property at their expense shall cause a licensed structural engineer to conduct an inspection of the condition and structural integrity of the retaining wall, and that inspection report shall be submitted to the building commissioner. 2, the conditions contained within the special permits granted pursuant to sections 1.8.3, 2.3.18, and 5.75 are incorporated herein by reference as though fully stated herein. The P&D Committee further recommends that the City Council grant a special permit pursuant to GZO sections 1.10.1 A2 and 3.2.2 footnote A to permit lesser minimum lot area and open space per dwelling unit on condition that the applicant meets the requirements and conditions attached. 1, the Planning and Development Committee finds that the reduction of lot area per dwelling unit from 2,500 square feet per dwelling unit to 590 square feet per dwelling unit, and the reduction of open space per dwelling unit from 1,250 square feet per dwelling unit to 86.9 square feet per dwelling unit is in keeping with neighborhood character and structural density of the neighborhood. 3, the conditions contained within the special permits granted pursuant to sections 1.8.3, 2.3.18, and 5.75 are incorporated herein by reference as though fully stated herein. The Planning and Development Committee further recommends that the City Council grant a special permit pursuant to GZO sections 1.10.1 A1 and 3.1.6 B to permit building height in excess of 35 feet, namely to 37 feet 4 inches. The P&D Committee finds that the increase in allowable height to 37 feet 4 inches is consistent with neighborhood character and will not be substantially detrimental to the neighborhood because of obstruction of views, overshadowing of other properties, impairment of utilities, or other adverse impacts. And I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Counselor Groves, seconded by Counselor Gilman.
You want a narrative before we go into the discussion?
Sure.
Just want to point out that as read, we have essentially 4 permits that we're granting here. We're granting a major project under 5.7.5. We're granting the lessening of lot area per dwelling unit and open space per dwelling unit and the height exception. Those are the issues that are really before the city council. Prior to this, the ZBA gave its setbacks and a unanimous decision to give the setbacks required. The Historic District Commission gave their certificate of appropriateness over the issues they had purview over, and the Planning Board, of course, had a lengthy conversation, public conversation about their recommendation and the conditions that they put into the City Council for reference. I really want to make it very clear that we have done a lot of effort to do outreach to the community in terms of getting questions and concerns addressed, and that the conditions that have been placed on the permit itself are largely in response to that kind of input from the community, especially as it pertains to the retaining wall. The retaining wall is not specifically under our purview, but it is an issue of public safety and neighborhood safety. The conditions, I think, are relatively important to maintain in the permit process, so that we constantly know whether or not that wall is safe. I can articulate the conditions under 1.8.3 and 5.7.5 that are things that we need to consider when we're making our vote. If people want to have that discussion, I'm perfectly willing to do that. But we had numerous meetings, and of course we had a council of the whole meeting where all the city councilors were asked to offer their questions and concerns at that time. All that input is taken into account with this final decision, and I fully support it.
What do we want to do? And raised for discussion, or Counselor Grace?
First of all, I want to thank you for the very detailed presentation that you gave us tonight. I'd also like to thank the people in opposition for your passion that you have for your community. It's been brought up over and over about what could be done on that land if it were to be commercial land or whatever, and that it could go up to 35 feet and it could go from front to back, and I feel as though that's somewhat being used as leverage, and I don't think that's appropriate. That's my opinion. Open space is very important to me, and I truly do not feel that this building or proposed building as currently designed provides enough open space. It's unfortunate that when the discussion of this began, however many months ago, that the abutters were opposed to having any sort of space back there because of the potential for noise, because I think if that discussion had not happened, we might not still be here tonight. And I think that the size of the building, although it is very similar in height to many of the other buildings on Main Street, and I think we've become accustomed to not having that space filled with the building. So it is, legit that you could, 35 feet you'd be able to do without any questions. I understand that. So my major sticking point, I think, is just the open space is truly, truly important to me, and the aesthetics is truly important to me, and that falls into the character of the neighborhood. And, I asked you earlier if there was anything that we could do about it. Apparently at this stage of the game, there isn't, but I think that you would have far less opposition, and it would be in the future, people would be more willing to grasp onto these things and champion these things if you thought about what the rest of us have to look at, to put it in simple terms. But that's it. Thanks.
Counselor Gilman.
Thank you, Counselor. So, Counselors, I just want to review something that Attorney Ellison talked about tonight, and she talked about the 116 East Main Street case. And And back in 2019, we, the counselors got sued because we did not stick to the requisite criteria when we decided after P&D, and I was on P&D at the time, at P&D, I voted in support. And then I changed my mind the night of the public hearing because I listened to what the people were saying, and I gave a couple of examples why I was changing my mind. But what the courts decided was that we didn't focus on requisite criteria. And although a lot of these issues are meaningful to us, and I think we all have suggestions on what we like and what we didn't like, our job tonight is to focus on the requisite criteria. Thus the reason why last night at our P&D meeting, I probably went overboard, but I went over every single requisite criteria and evaluated the way that I felt factually we needed to evaluate it, because that's our job as counselors. And I will never forget how I felt when that got overturned. Counselor Memard, you voted against it with me, and so did Counselor Nolan. And no one else is on the council right now, but it was heartfelt, and it was truly, it was almost embarrassing. Tony, hold on a sec, okay? Okay. So I just want to make sure that our decisions tonight are based on the requisite criteria, because that's our job. And if we don't do it right, it's a litigious society, and I just want to remind you. So I'm not going to repeat what I said last night. I know you've all read the minutes, but I stand true to this, and because of the requisite criteria, I feel that the applicant is satisfied those special counsel permits that's in front of us. So I will be supporting this.
Anyone else? Councilor Grow?
I think it's worthy to go through some of those requisite requirements, because I think we need to articulate what that means in terms of our review of this process. And I just made some notes based on the meetings that we've had and the applicants' own assertions, but also issues that have come up in the discussion. And, you know, this is one of the factors is we'll be in harmony with the general purpose and intent of the ordinance. Zoning ordinance allows a property owner to present an application for property uses that are different from those allowed by right within district to the city council special permit process. And through a thorough review by the Historic District Commission, the ZBA, and the Planning Board, along with departmental reviews, applicant provided reviews, and third-party reviews, they all satisfied the intent of the ordinance to ensure that projects are vetted for the appropriateness of the location and the project. I believe that that was done, and I think it is with the general purpose and intent of the ordinance. Two, it will not adversely affect the neighborhood, the zoning district, or the city to such an extent as to outweigh the beneficial effects of said uses. This is a neighborhood with many mixed buildings, apartments, condominiums. The addition of 24 units of modestly sized apartments, complete with off-street parking, and including 4 badly needed, permanently affordable units, is a good addition to the district. It's in alignment with our housing production plan, and is a far better addition to the neighborhood than either the currently underutilized existing commercial building with private parking that adds nothing to the neighborhood, or the potential for a commercial construction with no housing, affordable otherwise, that requires almost no parking with a building permit. 3, that meets the criteria necessary for the grant of a special permit. This is 1.8.3. Social, economic, and community needs that will be served by the proposed uses. Provides 24 units of much needed modestly sized housing with on-site parking, including 4 units permanently deeded affordable, 3 at 60% and 1 at 80%. 1 more than our required inclusionary housing ordinance requires, and it will expand our tax base significantly for that lot. B, traffic flow and safety. Traffic study is submitted, suggested no significant impacts on traffic along Main Street. The project has the requisite number of parking spaces plus 2 additional that aren't required by the general zoning ordinance, Gloucester zoning ordinance, excuse me. The adequacy of utilities under the public services. The project is going to be connected to existing water, sewer, and electrical utilities. There will be no gas in the building, and the stormwater management was submitted and peer reviewed. Neighborhood character and social structure. The Main Street neighborhood is made up of mixed-use buildings already. Again, this will replace an underutilized commercial building with a mix of retail and much-needed housing. Qualities of the natural environment. No impacts on the natural environment given that it is already built on site. Given that it could be fully built as a 100% commercial building, it will have space around the entirety of the building with some landscaping that would otherwise not be required. Potential fiscal impact, it'll be added tax revenue to our rolls as new growth, and it will bring more people to frequent downtown retail businesses and restaurants. It also offers the potential for seniors to downsize from existing homes and relocate to these apartments. G, the vulnerability to flooding and flood damage, taking into consideration projections for sea level rise. This project is not in a flood zone. 5.7.5E.
Excuse me, we
Yeah.
have to vote to continue the meeting.
Okay, yeah.
All right.
I move to continue the meeting for
30
30 minutes.
Extend the meeting.
Second.
Oh, that's our rules, 10:30.
10:30 is like the hour thing. It was not my.
So motion
Oh,
made
so-
by Counselor Gilman, seconded by Counselor Worthley. All those in favor of extending the meeting? Aye. Okay.
Finally, the last three, 5.7.5E, where a multifamily residential or assisted living facility use is proposed in a non-residential district, a special permit will only be granted if the council finds that, one, the public good will be served. That is the addition of 24 units of much needed housing for affordable and is in alignment with the housing production plan. Two, the non-residentially zoned area would not be adversely affected. There's already a mixture of retail, commercial, restaurant, and residential uses. This fits entirely within the current makeup of the downtown area and brings potential customers to downtown businesses. And three, that the uses permitted in the zone would not be noxious to the multifamily or assisted living use. Again, this is already a district with many residential units and is suited to an urban environment and lifestyle. And that is the factors that we should be considering in our decision.
Thank you. Counselor Worthley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to everybody who came out tonight. I think everyone knows we're a popularly elected legislative body. And tonight, we're also in the role of a special permit granting authority, which makes it quasi judicial. And even though we take into account all the testimony for and against, we're not counting votes. Oh, I need to get reelected, so I vote this way or that way. I think that would be foolish of us in general. And just to be clear, we don't do that. I also want to disclose that I've been friends with the Gatneris for 30 years, maybe. I met Mark when he was a lifeguard at Good Harbor Beach, and I worked there. Their family has been supportive of me in my campaigns. And I want to make a comment. Someone made a comment about the aesthetics of the Gatneri building. And Mark, if I think I'm correct, it's dedicated to your grandparents. There's a plaque there dedicated to your grandparents. And people forget that it was a fenced-in, blighted, paved, litter-filled lot before the Gatneris got involved. So I just want to make sure that they get credit for the work that they've done to improve that. And service station before that, right? So, so I think that we need to take, though, a long-term municipal planning look. And it's ironic that I heard tonight that there's 9% of this property is commercial, and I guess the rest, 91% of it is residential. And it mirrors we had tax classification last month, where it mirrors literally almost to the number, the amount of commercial space we have compared to residential. We are fast becoming a bedroom community if we aren't already. And I am concerned about that because our tax base is so much better served with more commercial property in terms of the costs from the city to maintain and provide services. So that is a concern I have. I would like to say that both attorneys represented their clients really well. I appreciated the expert testimony. Well, the very first time I was in this building was Student Government Day, and I sat right here where Mr. Council Memhard is, next to John Gigaloni. And there was a resident in Rocky Neck complaining about the smell of diesel engines in Smith's Cove. And they wanted the city council to ban commercial use, ban diesel engines from starting in Rocky Neck because they didn't like the smell. And that's what you have for when you have residential use mixed in with commercial, you create that dichotomy. There's a reason why we don't have residential use in the industrial park. It's incompatible. Okay. Now, 20 years ago, I sat here on the council when we allowed for residential use above commercial property to bring some vitality. Right after September 11th, there were a lot of commercial properties that were struggling. And the idea was, let's have some infill development, allow for residential use. But there was a strict warning. If you have a lot of residential use downtown, you're going to have people complaining about the music coming from Drift, or maybe the music coming from Virgilio's, which I love, by the way. There will be, there was D&B bait that smelled. There's a D-hide in East Gloucester that becomes this incompatibility when you have a lot of people living downtown. And so for that reason, as much as I appreciate the hard work that's been done, I'm voting no on this because I don't think it's a compatible use. And it really speaks to the area, as Councilor Gilman said, where we do have the jurisdiction on the change of use from commercial to residential. So I do wish the developer well and figure out a plan if this doesn't pass, but that's my position. Thank you.
Anyone else? I would just like to thank everyone who came out. This is what democracy's for. And we heard compelling arguments on both sides. We do have, as Attorney Michael Walsh told us, Michael Walsh reminded us, we have a very narrow legal authority here. And so that's what, and that is the only thing we need to vote upon is what the Zoning Board of Appeals did theirs. That as we cannot overrule that. The Planning Board did their job. The Historic District Commission did their job. We have a total separate job, and that is just to look at these 4 exceptions that they're asking for. So at that point, I guess we're ready to have the vote. Roll call.
Counselor Grace,
No.
Counselor Gilman. I'm sorry,
Yes.
Counselor Gross, sorry.
Yes.
Counselor Grow,
Yes.
Counselor Majota,
Yes.
Counselor Memhard,
No.
Counselor Nolan, Counselor Worthley,
No.
Counselor Benson,
No.
Counselor Gilman.
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 opposed. The motion fails. It required 6 votes.
Point of order.
Wait a minute. Please, calm down. You don't get to, we get to say point of order.
This is a point of order with regard to the vote and the quantum of vote that's necessary. Under Chapter 48, Section 9, this is a multifamily project that is seeking special permits within a half a mile of the commuter rail station. It is also a multifamily project that is within a commercial center of the city, and therefore only a majority vote is required.
We should call Suzanne Egan on this, please.
Suzanne, could you give us some guidance on that, please?
Yes, good evening, council. That Attorney Ellison is accurate on that. This is a majority vote for this decision.
The vote was 5 in favor, 4 opposed. The motion passes.
Thank you, Suzanne.
You're welcome.
Next order of business, Madam Clerk. Oh, that was quite a roller coaster.
We should have known that. That's my fault.
I thought it was 6. Like that. That's why and
Counselors' request to the mayor.
Councilor Grace.
Yes, my first request to the mayor is we had a constituent that came before us in oral communications 2 or 3 months ago, talking about Western Ave and the section specifically near Poseidon and the bridge and the safety issues about crossing there. I did put in a request with the mayor quite a while ago to look at that. I also talked to Mike Hale about it, and I would just like to bring that to the forefront again, as I have been contacted again about the same issue, and there's been no resolution and no communication on it. So I'd just like to get the ball rolling on that again. And my second request is that everybody ask Santa for new microphones. Thanks.
I second
you.
that.
Councilor Grow.
I am going to second the microphone thing. We need to get this resolved. It's disruptive to our meetings and it's not good for
Okay.
public intercourse.
Councilor Majota.
No request, Mayor.
Councilor Memard.
All set. Mayor's been in contact and he's aware of my issues. Thank you.
Councilor Nolan.
Just want to wish everybody a happy holiday and enjoy your turkey.
Eat pie. Fruit's good for you.
Councilor Worthley.
I have a list that I've sent to the mayor. I will send to the mayor, I'm sorry. But I'm going to fourth, I guess that's the right word, the microphone issue and the podium issue. I think we all should make that request because it's actually embarrassing, especially after we spent $80,000 to get this hybrid situation going. The mayor plays in bands, I play in bands. We could get this figured out in a day. There's no reason why we should be stopping meetings for microphones that aren't working. So anyway, I made that point. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Good meeting, Tony.
Councilor Benson.
I have nothing. I want to wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving. And also, thank you all for being here tonight.
Councilor
Thank you.
Gilman.
Just a friendly reminder that we were hoping to get on a presentation about 2.5, just a budget overview, just an understanding, a grasping of what types of other debt we have in front of us, and that we should take a leadership role. So whenever we have an opportunity to do that at the beginning of one of our meetings, Council President Gross, that would be awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. And I say good night and happy Thanksgiving. So
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
motion made by Councilor Gross, seconded by Councilor Majota. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.